Good evening, everyone. This is the regular meeting of ANC 34G. We meet on the second and the fourth Mondays of most months. I'm Randy Speck. I'm the chair of the commission. I represent the single member district that's ANC 34G03. And that's basically the area that is bounded by Nebraska, Utah, and Broad Branch. And we're going to introduce the commissioners tonight, and we'll begin with our newest commissioner, Charles Cadwell, who is known as Chaz. And Chaz has been elected to the vacancy that was held by the vacant position that was once held by Chris Fromberluti. And he was sworn in this afternoon, and so he is officially our newest commissioner. So Chaz, you want to introduce yourself? You're muted. You're muted.
I will do that briefly. I don't have a bio yet on the ANC website, but I can remedy that in a matter of days. But as many of you may know, if there's a vacancy, anyone who collects 25 signatures can volunteer for the slot. And so I've done that, and I'm very happy to join this distinguished and evidently very hardworking group. The emails and work that I've seen going on already is inspiring. My wife and I have lived in this district since 1981, and first in Barnaby Woods and now here on 38th Street in Ingomar. I still work part-time at the Urban Institute, and I'm on 3 different nonprofit boards, one of which is Historic Chevy Chase, DC. My first priorities as we launch here are 1, to listen carefully and learn a lot from my fellow commissioners, and 2, to figure out how to communicate with my 2,000 neighbors who sit in my single member district. But we have a lot to do tonight. So Randy, thank you for the brief moment, and I look forward to tonight and many future meetings.
Well, welcome, Chaz. We're glad to have
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, John, you want to introduce yourself?
I'm John Higgins. I am a commissioner for single member district 02, which basically stretches from Oregon Avenue on the east to Utah on the west, and then from Military to Aberfoyle on the north.
Connie?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Connie Chang. I am the commissioner for single member district 05, and that's bounded by east side of Connecticut, western to Broad Branch on the east, and then down to Legation with a little dip down to Jocelyn between Chevy Chase Parkway and Nevada. Happy to be here. And welcome, Chaz.
Thank you very much, Connie.
Peter?
Yes,
in your new house, too.
Yeah, with a lot of light. I'm Peter Goslin. I represent the neighborhood that's designated single member district 6, which is the west side of Connecticut back to 41st from the Western Avenue border with Maryland and Chevy Chase Circle to Military with a small peninsula to the east. Welcome, everyone. Look forward to the new year.
Lisa?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Gore, and I'm the ANC commissioner for ANC 34G01, which serves all of Hawthorne and portions of Barnaby Wood. And our single member district is from Western Avenue up Oregon, past Pinehurst to Upland, and back up parts of Utah, over past the tributary and down beach and back up towards Western. So that area up in there. Welcome, Chaz. Thanks for joining the crowd, and welcome everyone tonight.
And Michael?
I'm Michael Zeldin. I'm at 3G04, which is Lafayette, all the way over to Tennyson and bounded by Utah and Western, more or less. Chaz, good to see you again. For full disclosure, Chaz's wife and my wife were law school classmates. And so I've known his wife since 1977 or 8, I think.
That's when she started.
Okay. Well, we have a quorum tonight. We have all 7 commissioners here, and a quorum is 4, so we can conduct business. Let me just give a brief overview of what our procedures are going to be tonight. As we have been for almost 2 years now, we're operating virtually on the Zoom webinar platform. That means all of the commissioners have audio and video, and all the attendees can watch. But when we want any of the attendees to speak, any of them who are necessary for our agenda, we will elevate them to a panelist, and a panelist can then have audio and video. And we're going to do that quite a lot tonight, especially when we start talking about the Maret project. So we do ask that, so it will make it easier for Lisa to let you in as a panelist. Please rename yourself if you haven't already. If your name is not accurate, please rename yourself so we can identify you easily. And I need to make Lisa a co-host as well, which I will do right now. Okay, Lisa's co-host. We also have both the Q&A and the chat functions working tonight. So you can place any of your comments. We ask you to place comments in the chat. And if you have questions, to please put them in the Q&A. That just enables us to segregate them a little bit easier and focus in on the questions that need to be answered. We'll try to answer all of the questions tonight during the meeting, but if we can't, we'll keep copies of the chat and the Q&A so that we can respond to them at some later point. The meetings are being recorded, and they will be available then on our ANC YouTube channel, probably beginning tomorrow. Okay, I think that's all of the preliminaries for right now. I will talk in more detail when we get to the section on Maret about how we're going to organize that discussion so that we can do it in an orderly fashion and as efficiently as possible. Now, the first thing we need to do is adopt our agenda. Our agenda has been posted on our website and on various listservs and other social media. I have one change to make in the agenda, and that is that the presentation that we had scheduled for Chevy Chase Main Street for a grant, that's been deferred. We're not going to hear that today, so we'll just hear the two grant applications today. With that modification, are there any other changes that need to be made in the agenda? Okay, I move that we adopt the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? 7-0. Okay. Nice way to start off the new year. The first thing on the agenda is a series of procedural matters that we have to deal with every year. The commission is required by statute to elect new officers, to adopt its bylaws, and to do various other things at the beginning of the year. And so we have to do that at the beginning of this meeting. So the first thing is the election of new officers. And we've discussed it among ourselves, and I think we're content to continue the same slate of officers that we've had. So I would move that the commission elect the current slate of officers for 2022, and that would be Randy Speck as chair, Lisa Gore as vice chair, Peter Goslin as secretary, and John Higgins as treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? 7-0. Okay. All of the officers will continue as we have over the last year. The next thing is to adopt the bylaws. Our current bylaws were modified significantly at the beginning of this year, thanks to Lisa Gore's efforts to revise them. And so I don't know that I haven't heard from any commissioners about any modifications to those bylaws. I think they worked well this year. So I would move that we adopt the current bylaws for 2022. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? 7-0. All right. The next thing we have to do is adopt a resolution setting the dates for all of our meetings in 2022. And as I said at the very beginning of the meeting, we usually have our meetings on the second and fourth Mondays of each month. That's unusual. Most of the other ANCs have only one meeting a month, but we have two because we have so much to do. And so that will be our schedule for the year. with a couple of exceptions. In August, we typically do not meet in August. September 26th, which would be our regular meeting date, is Rosh Hashanah, so we're not going to meet on that date. October 10th is Indigenous Peoples Day and a district holiday, so we will not meet on that day. And finally, December 26th is the day that Christmas is celebrated this year, and so we will not meet on the day after Christmas. So just for the record, then the commission's regular meeting dates, and we can have special meetings, and we probably will have special meetings during the year for various purposes. But our regular meeting dates for the year will be January 10th and 24th, February 14th and 28th, March 14th and 28th, April 11th and 25th, May 9th and 23rd, June 13th and June 27th, July 11th and July 25th, September 12th, October 24th, November 14th and 28th, and December 12th. So I would move that we adopt those dates as our meeting dates for the following year. All those, second, Peter, thank you. All those in favor? 7-0. Okay. The final one of these procedural steps that we have to take every year is a motion to participate in the ANC's security fund from January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. This is basically an insurance program that the district provides for potential liability for any ANC commissioners. And it's $25, there's a $25 fee, and we have to approve the payment of that fee, as well as participation in the security fund. That's all by rote. There's a form that we have to fill out and submit every year. So I would move that we participate in the ANC security fund for 2022. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? 7-0. Okay, thank you. All right, next are commissioner announcements, and I have just two. Both of them relate to COVID in one way or another. The first is with regard to the continuation of the ANC's virtual meetings. The current law requires the ANC's return to in-person meetings in February. But we've been advised by the council that they intend to extend the authorization for virtual meetings and perhaps to make it permanent. The staff person that's on the committee that oversees the ANCs reported to me today that the council will attempt to move emergency legislation on January 18th to avoid any gap and to make sure that this is covered. But if that's not allowed, they will do so at the regular meeting on February 1st with an applicability date before the application, before the expiration of the existing authority. So hopefully the council will act on this and we will be able to continue virtual meetings beyond February. For now, we have no plans to begin in-person meetings, and we will continue to assess the situation based on the status of the public health emergency and the council's actions. We'll just see how it has to develop. But obviously, we've been thrown a curveball with the Omicron variant too. The second announcement I have is the COVID availability, the COVID test availability. I know this has been a concern for a lot of people, especially kids returning to school or people wanting to take trips or whatever. 9 of the public libraries are distributing rapid antigen COVID tests for DC residents, but the supplies are limited. The closest locations for our residents are at the Cleveland Park Library on Connecticut Avenue and the Petworth Library that is at 4200 Kansas Avenue. The hours and updated information are available on the DC COVID website. Today, the mayor also announced that senior wellness centers will offer free COVID rapid test pickup for residents 65 and older. The closest senior wellness center, we don't have one in Ward 3, but we do have one in Ward 4. The closest wellness center is Hattie Holmes, which is at 324 Kennedy Street Northwest. And tests are available there Monday, Wednesday, and Friday between 1 and 3 o'clock. One thing to note, if you do take a rapid test like that, please be sure to register afterwards and provide your test results because that's very important for statistical purposes so we can keep track of all of that. But in addition, all of the DC public libraries, including the Chevy Chase Library, are distributing at-home PCR tests that must be returned to the drop box in the front of the library before 8 p.m. on the same day that they're used. And that's open 7 days a week. The results are generally available within 3 to 5 business days. So please do take advantage of those free tests, both the antigen test and the PCR tests at the libraries and the seniors wellness centers. Okay, other commissioners have announcements?
Randy?
Yes, Lisa.
Do we know anything about the WMATA bus schedule? I just got a call from a neighbor that was dropped off at Pinehurst Circle. And, you know, we live down here closer to Western Avenue and 31st Street, and they had to walk. Yeah, it's dark, cold, and and might be still some ice in place. But I don't know if this is a result of, I'm also eavesdropping on a Ward 3 Net education meeting, and it came up there because a couple of the kids, you know, take the M4 line and other lines to school. And I think, you know, the schedule has been disrupted, and I'm trying to read these notes. Beginning January, yeah, it's running on that Saturday schedule. So people might want to be cognizant of that.
Yeah. I got a notice from WMATA today that said that they are, as of today, cutting back on services because of coronavirus infections among their drivers.
Okay.
Their staff, and they have not had enough drivers and staff to keep the system running at full speed. So I think there was a link there on the WMATA site to the changes that are being made, but I suspect that's happening in real time. So that things are changing depending on the availability of staff.
Dee posted in her, if everyone can see that in the chat, posted the link to the service changes.
Right.
But for the community to keep that in mind, because you might be on a bus thinking it's going to take you all the way to your route. And they were basically announced that way up in Tinleytown that they weren't going to go all the way down. So that's something to keep in mind.
I think the trains are continuing to run pretty much on schedule, but it's affecting bus traffic pretty significantly.
Mm-hmm.
We did hear that WMATA is not, that the E6 bus is going to be suspended indefinitely through this year through an email communication where we're looking at micro transit options, which we'll report out. Yeah, it says does not have any plans to return the E6 to service in the immediate future. So immediate future, and that they're going to extend the service on the M4 to try to connect your district, your Lisa, your constituents, you know, to take that bus down Nebraska. But my response back was like, this is not going to work. This is just way too far to get off on Nebraska, to walk all the way to Safeway and Magruder's and whatnot, and then walk back. I mean, this is ridiculous. So, yeah, so we're trying to figure out solutions on trying to get our area onto this micro transit study, you know, a study so that they can provide a smaller kind of vehicle to be able to transport folks from the Barnaby Woods and Hawthorne area. So when we have something to report, we'll report. But in the background, I just wanted to mention that this is what we're hearing.
We're interested in the hybrid coming down Oregon to Norwood.
Right.
And I don't know if you can get an answer right away, but if Dee is still on the call, we'd like to check on the Pinehurst Ridge situation, which has been an impediment to that service, and when that's going to get fixed. The last time I heard was they expected to complete that in March. So if we can get an update, that would be helpful.
My understanding was from WMATA that once Oregon Avenue reopens, that they would continue that M4 service down to Knollwood.
Mhm.
That was the plan.
Right. So let's hope that's still the plan. That's still, as Lisa and I have discussed previously as well, that's not going to solve the problem.
No.
And we need the E6 bus back, and we need to keep
Correct.
working and pushing to try to get that. But right now,
Some version of it, at least.
right now, that's not in the cards, obviously, because they're cutting back all the bus service. So, okay, any other commissioner announcements? Connie, do you want to say anything about our recruiting effort for an executive assistant? I know we've got it on the agenda in the business section, but if you want to say anything now, while we've got it.
I mean, I know we got a large audience here, so we are looking. I will put the link to the position description in the chat in a second. We are looking for an executive administrative assistant, and it's to help us do our work. And that position description will show all the kinds of things that we're looking for in terms of the work that's involved. But really would love a social media savvy person who could help us with our website and also to be able to help us through all the meetings. I mean, as Randy mentioned earlier at this meeting, we are very busy, and it would be really great if we could find a person who would love to work with us and to make sure that we get all of our work done on time. So that position is open for resumes and cover letters to be sent to Commissioner Higgins at 3G02. At anc.dc.gov. It's all in that notice. I'll send it. The link will have it, and that is until January 28th. So I really recommend that you send it to your friends and try to get people who are qualified to come and help us do the work that we need to get done.
Have we gotten any applications?
We have a few.
One.
Just
I
one?
have-
Connie had what, a couple from you on Facebook?
Yeah, I have a few, but not enough. We need more. And I know I have asked others. It's been sent out, through our channels. So Northwest Neighbors Village, they've sent it to all of their people. Jerry Mallett sent it through his newsletter. I posted it. We'll continue to do what we can, but during the business section, we could talk a little bit more about what else we can do. I definitely posted on Facebook. I also edited that post to say, please just don't send your resume. Please send the cover letter and your resume to John Higgins. So let's see what happens. Oftentimes it's, we hit the holiday and then the new year. So I'm expecting more resumes to come in this coming week.
Okay, let's go to community announcements. I know Alex had some announcements he wanted to make. Lisa, if you can elevate Alex, maybe Alex, can you raise your hand so that we can find you easily? Okay, Alex and Matthew Landrew and Councilmember Louis George's office also has raised his hand so for some announcements. Alex, go ahead.
Good evening and thank you and Happy New Year to everyone. I'll try and keep these announcements short since I know there's a lot of information. My name is Alex Kravitz with the Chevy Chase Main Street. Also wanted to quickly add that Connie, if you send that listing to me, I'd be happy to put it on our platforms as well. The announcements I wanted to share related to the first one, probably the biggest, has to do with the new COVID vaccine requirement in businesses. Since the last meeting on December 22nd, the city has imposed its indoor mask mandate and required all indoor spaces and businesses to require that all visitors are wearing a mask at all times. This week on the 15th, the city is instituting a new vaccine mandate, and this is the first time a vaccine mandate of this scale has been put in place into the city. Not all businesses are affected. A list has been provided by the mayor's office, and I can share a link in this as well. I would say the businesses that are most affected and most relevant to those businesses along Connecticut Avenue and the Chevy Chase Main Street are restaurants, movie theaters, and gyms. Right now, I'm working with the businesses to help make sure that they're compliant with all the rules and that they have signage up. The mayor is actually hosting a press conference tomorrow at 4 o'clock to provide further information on how businesses will be able to comply with this and with the expectation of visitors to businesses, what they'll be experiencing. I'll also link in the chat after I finish speaking 2 app-based solutions that the city has recommended folks look into. These are the VaxYes and Clear programs. These are applications you can make use of on a smartphone to quickly show a vaccine card. The city has also said showing the physical card as well as a photo of the physical card should suffice. I ask, and I know that the community has always taken a lot of pride and care in the business community on the main street. I ask for a little bit of patience as the business owners and their staff begin to navigate this. Expect things might take a couple minutes longer than usual, but it's something that we want to do to make sure that everyone can safely take part in business and make use of the main street and all the resources it has to share. And again, I'll share links to the city's current announcement as well as links to the 2 vaccine applications that I mentioned previously. The second thing I wanted to touch on was small business grants. We've just launched our first round of this year's small business grants. We're seeking to provide over about $30,000 in small business grants for grants up to $3,000 per business. These grants, again, are competitive and businesses need to apply to a grant. In the past, we funded projects such as outdoor dining, facade improvements, and air quality filtration. Right now, we're trying to target these grants to businesses that have not previously received a Main Street grant, as well as businesses that are seeking to increase health and safety around COVID-19, so things like HVAC systems and air quality and filtration. Businesses that are interested, I've been sharing on our platforms. I'll share a link as well. These applications are due by the end of the month. Depending on COVID and if that should present a problem for businesses to complete applications, we may consider extending it, but I'll be visiting businesses to make sure they have the resources they need. That's a competitive grant that businesses need to apply to. Another grant opportunity we have does not require businesses to apply. They can simply speak with me. It is our e-commerce grant, where we're seeking to work with businesses that don't currently have an online platform to participate in e-commerce, primarily targeting restaurants and some retail businesses to sort of increase equity and make sure that more businesses are able to participate in e-commerce and more customers who may have an easier time or prefer ordering online and things like that can participate and take part in those business activities. Those grants are for up to $500, and we have over $2,000 left. We have over $5,000 left to provide those grant funds. We have just actually done our first one, which is going to be with the Parthenon restaurant. So I'm very excited that they'll be able to update their system and that hopefully more people will be able to access and make use of it in part from a grant like that. The third thing I wanted to mention was snow removal and vacant properties. I had a couple folks in the community who were very attentive and noted that some of the property owners that own vacant properties had not taken the necessary steps to clear the snow in front of their properties in this last snowfall. Per DC law, all businesses and property owners, even if there is not a business in the space, are required to remove snowfall within a set amount of time from it, particularly from sidewalk and public crossing areas. I contacted the current property owners, which include KLNB, CBRE, and Coakley Realty, to remind them of that responsibility they have and that they could face a fine if they do not comply. I will continue to message that should there be any future snowfall events. This is their responsibility to do. The Main Street is working with all businesses to make sure they have what they need. For vacant properties, though, it might take a bit of an extra push to make sure that they do the part that they need to. If for any reason an area is not cleared, that is on the property owner, and I encourage if members of the community see that an area has not been cleared to report it. That penalty exists for a reason, and the Main Street wants to make sure that property owners, even if they are not vacant, are keeping up with their responsibilities to the public. And on a lighter note, sorry.
Michael, you had a question about that?
Just two questions. Matt, Alex, would you put in the chat how people should contact you about snow that hasn't been removed?
Yes, I'll put that in the chat, but I would also recommend that if you see it, to actually report it to the city directly. That process is a bit slow, but those are the ones that are ultimately responsible for enforcing snow removal. The Main Street itself doesn't have the power to do so. I'll share my information. The more I know about that, the more I can also do that outreach, but I'll share both pieces of information.
And when you say share with the city, mean, is there a drop down on the 311 for snow removal?
There is, I've been told a couple of different conflicting places for how it should be reported. I'll provide the ones that I am familiar with. I will continue asking the city for a more clear way of doing that reporting. It's a criticism they've received in the past.
Okay, and then one related question is, there are several people in my single member district who are over 65 and have received an exemption. I guess there's an exemption, but so they're exempt, but the snow sits on their sidewalk and makes it dangerous. Is there a process by which I can help ensure that someone shovels their snow? I mean, my personal thought is that you get an exemption unless you can't afford it. You know, Chevy Chase listserv has listings of kids who will shovel snow all the time, but if not, can you let me know the
Sure, in
process
terms
by
of
which the city can, if they're exempted, I guess the city bears a responsibility for shoveling their snow?
My understanding is that an exemption can be granted and that there is a separate program that the city runs for volunteer snow removal that the city maintains the volunteer list and information on. I myself have not personally interacted with that. And unfortunately, it would be great if getting an exemption would automatically sign up that property for that program, but I can share the information on that program with you.
Okay.
And it looks like Matthew has also included that the 311 online system is the best way to do that reporting. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And Matt, if you can let me know about the exemption program and then the follow-on city program, because the fact that you're exempted and you leave the snow there is, pretty unneighborly.
Were there any other questions about the snow removal?
No.
Great. And then the last quick thing I wanted to share was just a quick congratulations to some of the winners of our Chevy Chase Holiday Lights. Businesses for many years have been participating in this. This is the first year that as the Main Street, we work to organize a larger event to sort of tie all of these together and sort of help celebrate with community voting and activities throughout the month. I'd like to thank all of the businesses who participated. And I'd like to especially thank our winners, which include Little Beast, Salon Familia, Expert Shoe and Luggage Repair, Core 72, Park Story, June B Sweet, and the newly named Chevy Chase Stationery, as well as Long and Foster Realtors. So again, we appreciate everyone's participation, but we're really thankful for these businesses that help bring some color to our neighborhood. And that's all for my announcements. And I see some of the snow responses are being included in the chat. I'll update further after I close this.
Okay, thanks, Alex. Matthew?
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Hey, everybody. Happy New Year. If you don't know me, my name is Matthew Landrew. I work in constituent services for Councilmember Lewis George in Ward 4. Just a few notes for y'all tonight, starting with that line of questioning there. I understand that the mayor's office can correct me if I'm wrong, but the mayor's office hosts what's called Serve DC. Serve DC mobilizes volunteers throughout the year to help shovel snow for folks who will qualify for the exemption. Both of those programs or processes have a deadline. If you can put it in the chat, Amir, that'd be great. I think it's something like September, late September, early October. Folks need to sign up for that particular service. I get a lot of requests come like late, November, late December, when the snow actually falls. And for those programs, they're typically full. You can join wait lists for the following year. The deadline, thanks, was November 1st. But yeah, so make sure that if you do have neighbors that they're throughout the course of next year, and we'll do an awareness campaign next fall more proactively than we did this year for any Ward 4 neighbors that you want to make sure to get signed up for the snow exemption, which will offset any potential consequences that you'll bear for not. And then also making sure to report when you do see businesses or neighbors who may not have that exemption, who also haven't shoveled. You can report that through 311. And just a note on responsiveness from any 311 service request. On every service request, there's the listed time frame. That expected resolution is not just something they put on there. That is a matter of mandated policy. It's called a service level agreement. That's what the agency agrees is their maximum time frame for getting back to residents on these particular requests. So if you request something on 311, they tell you the expected resolution is 2 days. if 2 days goes by and you don't hear from the agency and it's not resolved, please reach out to our office or to Councilmember Che's office or your at-large council members who sit on the committees that oversee whatever agency you're talking about. That way we can follow up with the agency and provide our ongoing oversight throughout the year. Any other questions on that snow piece before I get to some other updates? Cool. Just a few things, y'all. One, city services started 2020 a little bit sideways. I think that was true across the district. We've been working with agencies to try to remedy some of this. One of the harder ones to try to remedy is stuff going on with mail delivery. I'm sure this is impacting you or your residents. It seems to be hitting everybody. This has been going on for more than a year at least, but seems to be at a peak lately. If you're experiencing any issues with your mail delivery service, you're not alone. Basically, as we understand it, one from a letter that Congresswoman Norton wrote to the DC postmaster and got a response back in, I don't know, July, maybe a little bit later than that, that basically the USPS is experiencing a pretty hard, I guess you described it as a hard time as it relates to number of staff members affected by, the coronavirus. I think obviously also that the snow last week threw them off is part of what we were hearing informally. But ultimately we ended up writing a letter to the USPS today to urge them to take more corrective action, given how important of a service this is. I'll put a link to that letter in the chat. I don't think it's good enough necessarily just to write a letter. I just think we all feel a little bit hands tied when it comes to how we push federal agencies to provide better service for local constituents. So help us by reaching out to us, reaching out to your council member if you're in Ward 3, reaching out to Congresswoman Norton specifically so that we can put pressure on the federal government to take more corrective action. I'll drop that letter in the chat here momentarily, and please reach out to us if you have any follow-up questions. I think that something similar happened regarding leaf collection and snow removal. We had a seemingly big issue with leaf collection this year where a lot of folks never got first round leaf collection. The tracker that DPW put online didn't actually reflect what was actually true in the neighborhoods. And then the snow fell and just compacted the issue and held it over for some weeks. And to this day, I think for some neighborhoods, we still don't have a clear sense of when second round leaf collection is actually going to happen. So this was all particularly confusing until late December. Councilman wrote a letter to Director Davis expressing some of this. And I think we're hopeful that the agency figures out a process that can be clear and more transparent. I think in both cases, we're empathetic to the fact that employees get sick. COVID's impacting all of us really intensely, but ultimately we're asking for communication. We can't do our job making sure that everybody knows how to move through these challenging times if we don't have clear information about what's going on and what mitigating factors we can put in place to try to, remedy those situations. So, I'll put our letter to Director Davis in case you're curious, but, please continue to reach out to us if you have concerns about it. 3 last things, and then I'll stop. I've been going for a while now. Right before the holidays, Councilmember Louis George proposed a new piece of legislation to expand the Safe Routes to School program through DDOT. I'm going to put that legislation in the chat, but basically it's just increasing and expanding the kind of number of traffic calming measures that DDOT can put at locations very near schools. More speed cameras, more speed humps, more raised crosswalks, higher flashing signs, right? I mean, it's terrifying no matter where you are in the district how fast cars go, and it's particularly scary when it happens near schools. And so that's one step that we're taking toward Vision Zero on the council. 2 other things, we're hosting a listening session. We did this back when the council member was campaigning for office. We're calling it Listen as We Climb. We're going to go to every neighborhood and host a virtual listening session just to hear from folks and build some community. There will be a semi-structured agenda to it, but it's really just an opportunity to come together, build some community, and tell us, 1, what you want us to focus on this coming year, and 2, give us some feedback about how we did in the last year. We'd love to improve in all the ways that we can. And lastly, just wanted to say a quick thank you to everyone who participated. We did a listening session with some of your neighbors regarding Maret and Episcopal and the field, the proposed field project. We had a bunch of folks, I think over 100 people showed up throughout that meeting. folks from Maret, from ECC, your commissioners, and we just, had a good conversation, I think, that expressed a wide range of thoughts and opinions about it. I know that is on the docket for further discussion tonight, and I hope you'll know that the council members committed to being alongside y'all as we figure out what's going to happen with this particular project. The last thing I'll say is it's performance oversight season starting today. The Department of Aging and Community Living came before council for their performance oversight hearing. I'll drop a link in the chat with upcoming schedules. So please sign up to testify or send us your experiences with any agency so we can include it in our questioning. Thanks for letting me go long.
Thank you, Matthew. Okay, Emir, are you?
Can I just say one thing?
Yes,
to
yes,
Matt?
Michael.
Hey, Matt, can you speak to me offline? Because I've been dealing with DDOT to get around speed humps and signage around the perimeter of Lafayette, and I'll bring you up to date of where things are and what objections they've had. And Amir is, fully briefed on that, as so is Christian. Thank you.
Okay, Emir.
Thank you for having me today. Happy New Year, everyone. My name is Amir Guravantab. For those who don't know me, I am the Ward 3 liaison for Mayor Bowser, and I have a few updates for you tonight regarding COVID. First of all, a few of them were already discussed already, but I wanted to add on to the vaccine requirement. So to clarify, this Saturday, you will only need 1 dose of the vaccine. Starting February 15th, you're going to need 2 doses of the vaccine, and the exact list of places that are going to require it are including restaurants, nightclubs, taverns, coffee shops, food halls, as far as indoor dining, indoor cultural entertainment establishments, including concerts, live entertainment, sporting venues, movie theaters, bowling alleys, indoor exercise and recreation. So that includes gyms, fitness studios, any group fitness classes, as well as conferences and hotels. I want to note a couple exceptions. They are accepting nail salons and I believe barbershops as well. And another clarification is that this vaccine mandate only applies to the patrons of a place. So it does not apply to the employees or the employers. It only applies to customers going in. And I also wanted to add that they will ask for ID to prove if 18 plus. And I also want to say that I'm happy to work with any of the main streets. So Alex, reach out to me if you want to work with me in getting some of the language posted out to businesses. We have signage that they want to be up by Saturday, so that everyone knows that it's happening. Moving on to DCPS, we've had some updates regarding DCPS operating procedures today. For the remainder of this school year, schools are going to continue symptomatic testing and random asymptomatic testing at 20%, with the ability to test up to 30% to quickly identify and isolate positive individuals and to maintain an understanding of the prevalence of COVID. For the remainder of the school year, DC will distribute rapid antigen tests to all DCPS and public charter schools to be used before returning from any break that is at least a full school week. So that includes spring break and summer break moving forward. Beginning this week, DC will distribute 1 rapid antigen test per kit per week to all registered pre-K and kindergarten students and staff in DCPS and public charter schools. And planning is underway to launch a new test to stay model in schools based on CDC guidelines. So test to stay is what we've been doing so far to make sure that we're controlling the spread of COVID in our schools. And I also have one final announcement regarding the Stay DC Rental Assistance Program. $17 million in additional funds have been approved for the Stay DC program. This money is going to be mostly used to fulfill applications that were made when funding originally dried up in November. So it's going to mostly fulfill applications that were already made and not yet honored. It seems like it's not going to be used for any applications moving forward. And in the event that funds are left over, the city will appeal to the federal government to possibly funnel the funding towards economic redevelopment. And with that, I can take any questions, comments from the community. Yes, Commissioner Zeldin.
Hey, Amir. One question on your list. It's a funny coincidence, but someone asked me today whether or not the chain Massage Envy, which does massages, I guess, what the restriction will be for patrons of them. What category do they fit into? So if you can let me know offline or let us know in chat. I just don't know I know whether they're a barber shop or they're a bar or gym. I don't know, because
you said it's called Massage
Envy.
Massage Envy.
Massage Envy. And so what it is a franchise, and people sign up and go in and get a massage. There's a group waiting room, but they get a massage in their own individual room, but it's a contained space.
Good thing. Yeah, I'll ask about that. Thanks for bringing that up,
Okay, thank you.
Amir?
Commissioner.
Amir, do you have any information about the COVID situation with private schools, especially with the lower grades?
So we have our data for schools published, but that mostly goes for public school and charter schools. Let me check right now, but I believe they might have private schools listed as other. So coronavirus.dc.gov has data for that. Let me see right now on K through 12 schools data to see if they include private schools. Also, it does have private school. I don't know if it has schools for, oh, it has schools individual level as well. So I think coronavirus.dc.gov, they have individual school data I'm seeing right here. It includes, for example, Maret School is top 3 with schools with highest number of COVID-19 cases. And it shows the breakdown of outbreaks, how many of them are public charter schools, how many of them are DCPS, how many of them are private. So I don't have anything I can say right now. I would need a second to study the graphs, but this is publicly available data on coronavirus.dc.
I've been trying to get information about what the restrictions are in those schools.
Restrictions as far as getting back into school?
Right,
Vaccine requirements.
vaccine requirements.
Oh, so when we first had the vaccine requirement for staff, that was applying for every single school in DC. If that's the vaccine requirement you're asking about, I don't believe there's a vaccine requirement on the students as of yet, but the staff has been required to take the vaccine for private schools, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Amir. I don't see any further hands up, so we'll move on in our agenda to the grants. And Lisa, could you please elevate Robert Gordon and Alex Sanders so that they can make presentations about the grants? And meantime, I will just give some brief background on our grant process. Our website has a section on grants and the procedures that we follow. There are a few restrictions on them. For instance, they can't be more than $2,000, and there are some restrictions also on what kinds of things can be we can give grants for. And the process is that an applicant will complete the grant application. We then will hold a public meeting where there will be a presentation on that application. And then at the following meeting, the commission will vote on whether to approve the grant or not. So this meeting is only for the presentation on the grant application and not for any vote by the commission. Just wanted to make that clear. And we have 2 applicants today. One is the Chevy Chase Citizens Association, which is going to be presented by Robert Gordon. And the other is the Potomac Appalachian Trail Club, which will be presented by Alex Sanders. And we'll go with Robert first.
Thank you very much. And thank you for entertaining our grant request. This is fundamentally to improve our website. And incidentally, we've been promoting your executive assistant or administrative assistant ad on our website for maybe 3 weeks. As you know, CCCA is a 110-year-old institution that has a long history of public service. For example, CCCA has been involved in building the first public school and library in Chevy Chase, where the community center now resides. Currently, we publish a monthly newsletter, sponsor candidate forums, and stage Chevy Chase DC Day. We're also very involved with beautification of Connecticut Avenue. For us, communication with the public is essential. For 20 plus years, CCA has made do with a variety of software packages. Our database was an Excel spreadsheet of 1,000 entries in 40 fields. Same with our budget information. We had a separate software package for newsletter preparation. Finally, we had a third software package to create and handle our website. The former system was cumbersome and practically useless. In 2020, we decided to update and upgrade and unify our various systems. So last year we spent about $4,000 to update our membership list. We bought a comprehensive membership software package called Wild Apricot and migrated to it at a cost of $4,000. This has made creating and sending out announcements and newsletters relatively easy. What we still need is the integration of the CCCA website, now a Wix function, into Wild Apricot. This will make the website more attractive and readily accessible. We expect it will help us in our campaign to increase membership and serve those who wish to learn about CCCA. We have budgeted $4,000 for this effort. We need the matching funds from the ANC to complete our work. As you may know, we co-sponsor many efforts with the ANC, and the money is an investment in our continued operations. So that's it.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions from commissioners?
Sounds like a series of rather familiar problems, given our experience with our own website.
Just so you know, these are not fat times for CCCA. COVID has hit us financially. We've done many things to improve our budget situation. First off, we went from having a monthly mailing of newsletters to an online presence. And we've gone to get grants for Chevy Chase Day, for example, where a lot of the commercial establishments chipped in to make that a great day. So the $2,000 will go a long way in helping us get our website up, running, and much better.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Robert.
You're welcome.
Alex.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to come before you and for considering our proposal. My name is Alex Sanders. I'm the district manager for the DC Metro District for the Potomac Appalachian Trail Club. And we are applying for $1,989 to purchase materials to improve a trail, the Western Ridge Trail that runs within your ANC. A few words about PATC. We've been around since 1927. Our volunteers helped build the Appalachian Trail, as we maintained many trails within the Mid-Atlantic area, working with a lot of different park systems. And that includes Rock Creek Park. We've been in Rock Creek Park working with the Park Service since 1977, and we maintain many of the unpaved trails in Rock Creek Park. That includes the Western Ridge Trail. We're focused on the Western Ridge Trail today because, quite frankly, there's a section of it that it really is kind of a mess, and I'm sure it's even worse now with all the snow on it. It runs just south of Wise Road, and there's a long stretch of it that is perpetually muddy and has gotten wider and wider as the users understandably try to avoid it, try to avoid the mud. And it should be about 8 feet wide. It's now about 15 or so feet wide. And so this is getting worse and worse every year. And it's just because the ground doesn't compact very well or is compacted, and so it doesn't drain very well underneath. And there's no good place for the water to drain to. It's not really on a slope. And so what we're requesting is the materials to build what we call a turnpike, which is a way of elevating the trail a few inches. The money would go towards lumber and rebar. We would scrape out the leaves and other organic material on the top. We would put the lumber in on the edges and then pin it with rebar. And then the Park Service will supply the fill to build up basically to the top of the lumber, thus establishing a nice new trail. We put a nice crown down the middle of it so the water kind of flows right off to either side. And that would allow the adjacent forest to start to recover. Basically, people could walk on that rather than wander around looking for a dry place. The Western Ridge is pretty heavily used, and so impacts like this grow and accumulate pretty quickly. We would propose that we would start our crew work season, usually starts in the spring. And so we would start in April, and we would hammer away at this until we finished. We expect to be finished no later than the end of June. Again, we're all volunteers. I'm a volunteer. All the officers of the club are volunteers. And all of our crew are volunteers too. The Park Service will contribute the fill, the actual material that goes into the trail, as well as staff time and resources.
Thank you, Alex. Any questions, John?
You said that it starts at Wise Road. Does it move south towards Bingham along Beach Drive? Is that the basic location for this?
Yes, it crosses Wise Road and it kind of winds its way down toward Pinehurst Branch from Wise Road. It runs, the Western Ridge Trail actually runs all the way from Boundary Bridge at the Maryland border down to Bluff Bridge toward the zoo, but we're really talking about just a section south of Wise Road.
I know that section well. I walk it often.
Yeah, it's a mess, and I'm sure it's with the snow, it's really bad now.
Alex, I had one question, and that's about the timing. Actually, I think it's a statutory requirement that once we give a grant, the funds have to be expended within 90 days. Is that going to be a problem with this? Let's assume we approve the funds at the end of January at our next meeting. Will you expend the funds for materials within the 90 days?
That would be no problem at all. We can, you can purchase it from TW Perry, and we can have our partners, the Park Service, hold it basically until we start the project.
Okay.
We won't start the project until the weather is warm and the ground has unscorched. And trail work is not an easy thing to do in the winter.
Right.
But once it warms up, it would be our first project of the year.
Any other commissioner questions? Okay, well, thank you, Alex and Robert, for your presentations, and we will put this on the agenda for our meeting on the 24th of January, and we'll be voting on it then.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is a report on, which we typically have at every meeting, on the small area plan process, and there are some developments there. Connie or Peter, one of you going to report on this?
Sure, I'll do it. We were just informed by the Office of Planning that the January 22nd design workshop that was to have taken place at Alice Deal Middle School will now be a virtual meeting due to rising numbers of COVID and concern about safety and also staff and so forth. And so those who signed up to appear in person should not worry. You'll get a link for the Zoom meeting. I think it's Zoom, maybe it's a different platform, I'm not sure actually, but you'll get a link to the virtual meeting. And others who want to sign up, continue, please do that. I will put the link in the chat again so you can sign up. There will be a design survey that will take place for those who, I guess, can't make the virtual meeting. Office of Planning will put a design survey together to capture more of our feedback through, I guess, the first week in February. And then there may be possibilities for in-person smaller meetings, maybe at the library, but this is not at all a final decision. The Community Advisory Committee meeting will be held this coming Thursday at 5:30. And all those minutes and everything is posted on publicinput.com/Chevy Chase. So What we'll discuss there will be, I guess, more details about this virtual meeting so that we have some idea of what the Office of Planning is planning. And this is sort of the nearing the final stages of the small area plan, which began last March, although the funding was provided October of 2020. So it's been extended, and we expect that we'll move through this next few weeks. I also wanted everyone to know to please mark their calendar for Thursday, January 20th at 7 p.m. I will have another session of the Information Exchange series. It will be with the Office of Attorney General, their land use section, and I do not have a title and a flyer yet, but I will have that available quite soon. So they will make a presentation, and it will be relevant to those of us who care very much about the small area plan. And so I hope that you'll just mark your calendars and hold that date, and it will be over Zoom as well. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
The Attorney General has done a very good job, I think, of addressing housing issues and other zoning kinds of issues, and providing a lot more assistance to ANCs than they have in the past. So this is a good development.
This is a tremendously fortuitous development for us. They are changing their mission for the land use section, and they very much want to help ANCs, and we are the first ones to go for them. They're preparing a really nice presentation to help us with their small area plan, but also to help other areas that have small area plans coming forthwith, you know, pretty soon, Cleveland Park and Friendship Heights. And so they will also provide us with training on how ANCs can look at draft plans, what we should, you know, to guide us, to give us some guidance, because we need it. So anyway, they will give us all of those details at this meeting on January 20th. So I hope that you'll participate. And if you cannot, don't worry, we will record it. So it will be posted on our website. And I will share all these links for the 6 other information exchange sessions we've already produced. I'll share it in the chat in a second.
Peter, anything to add?
Nope.
Okay. All right. The next item on the agenda is a report on the Racial and Social Equity Standing Committee. Lisa?
Yep, Randy, I don't have too much to report on that, but we do need to set a meeting date for January. We didn't meet in December because of the holidays. So sticking with our 3rd Tuesday of the month, our next meeting would be January 18th. And wanted to see, and that's right after the MLK holiday. If Randy, you could set a link or send out a link to the members. Because my personal Zoom link, we can't upload the video using my personal link.
Okay, I can do that.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else on that topic? All right, we're ready to go to the main event, I think, for tonight. And we're only 4 minutes behind our schedule. Remarkable.
Good.
We have 130 attendees now, which is more than we are accustomed to. But we will we'll go through this as efficiently as we can. And this is a very important issue for a lot of people in our community. This is the discussion of the Maret Board of Zoning Adjustment application to build a sports field at the Episcopal Children's Center. And John Higgins and I have been intimately involved in this process for several months now. And John is going to provide an introduction substantively, and then I will describe the procedures that we're going to follow as we listen to residents tonight. John?
Okay, I'll be reading from a little script I made this afternoon. Our goal tonight is to elicit opinions and reactions from residents regarding the application of the Maret School for converting the open space behind the Episcopal Children's Center to a sports field. Maret has applied to the DC Board of Zoning Adjustment, the BZA, to obtain permission to alter the field based on the residential zoning law exemption provision for educational organizations. Commissioners Speck and Higgins have been deeply involved in this issue, and other commissioners have been briefed, but have not had the same exposure to the residents as we have. So this is a chance for all commissioners to learn more about the project, primarily from the residents. Just briefly about the whole background here, the Episcopal Children's Center is committed to its mission to provide educational and child development assistance to children with significant special ed needs. The center paused its operation as a result of COVID, overlaid with a deficiency in funding, despite some assistance from public funds. While several entities proposed projects for the field that might provide financial stability, ECC declined those offers until the Maret School offered to lease the field and convert it to a sports field. Both organizations saw a mutuality of interest in pursuing educational missions, and ECC saw an opportunity to use leasing income to enable long-term financial stability. ECC now plans to resume its program, but at a somewhat lesser capacity than before. Also, ECC sees this partnership as a way to maintain the field as a beneficial open space, although altered for public use. The project has generated both strong support as well as significant concern from residents as to property impacts, hydrology issues, traffic intensity, noise impacts, other aesthetic concerns, and perceptions that such a facility simply is inappropriate in a residential setting. In response to community concerns, Maret has modified some elements of its preliminary plan. A residents group with significant concerns about the project has been formed, called Friends of the Field, which has petitioned BZA for status as a party to the BZA proceeding. As such, the group will be entitled to present witnesses and directly question the applicant at the BZA hearing set for March 9th. A number of residents associated with the group will be speaking on tonight's panels. By law, the ANC is authorized to contribute to the regulatory process, and the ANC position is given great weight in such proceedings. Tonight's forum will inform the ANC's actions, which could include acting as an honest broker with all parties in developing complementary or supplementary agreements to address the concerns of all residents related to the impact of the project. The ANC expects to hold future meetings before it votes on any submission to the BZA, and there will be ample opportunity at those meetings for the parties to describe their positions and make their arguments. Okay. Finally, this is an informational forum. It is not a debate. It is not an advocacy proceeding. No commission vote on the issue will be taken tonight, nor will any ANC action depend solely on this forum. It is one step in a process. Representatives of ECC, Maret, and Friends of the Field will participate tonight only as resource guests to answer questions or provide clarifications. Thus, we trust participants will state their cases or positions in an informational rather than a confirmational context. So now we will get to the panels. We have 7 panels, and Randy will review the process.
Okay, and Lisa, if you want to begin elevating people, the resources that John just mentioned, that we're going to have representatives from Maret, from ECC, and from the Friends of the Field, and they're going to be available for resources. And those are going to be Marjo Talbot, Trey Holloway from Maret, Stephanie Nash and Bill Simons from ECC, and Bruce Sherman, Claudia Russell, and David Patton from Friends of the Field. And you can just go ahead and, whenever it's convenient, get them. And it would be easier for us to identify them. I think, Lisa, would it be helpful if they raise their hand?
Yeah, if they could raise their hand. And
Okay.
I'm also going to call out the first panel.
Okay.
2 of them I promoted, but Mike DeMarco, Nancy Boyson, and Nan Gibson. Please raise your hands. That'll make it so much quicker for me to grab you.
Randy, is it possible for those panelists, the 6 people you named, to rename themselves so people know they're ECC and they know they're Maret and they know that they're
Sure,
from which organization?
That would be fine.
Because it's a lot of names for people who
Yeah,
are
it
not
is.
totally aware.
I know all these people. Okay, while you're doing that, Lisa, I will go ahead and start describing the procedures that we're going to follow. We're going to conduct this portion of the meeting the way that we've done for several other meetings like this, where we've had a lot of interest and a lot of people who wanted to speak. we try to balance the need for an orderly process with the need to hear from everyone or as many residents as possible. Our procedures are similar to those that are used by the council for their hearings. First, there will be no formal presentations by anyone tonight. That's going to be at later meetings. There will be plenty of opportunities for that. But this is intended, as John said, to be an opportunity for the commissioners to hear from residents. Second, we are making these several people from Maret, from ECC, and from Friends of the Field panelists so that they can act as resources. And if things come up where there are questions that need to be answered or there are comments that require a response, then I will call on those representatives and they can speak then. I please ask that you wait until I give you a heads up to call on you. We don't want people to just be interrupting. So please respect that. We've allotted 90 minutes in our agenda, our draft agenda for this, but it looks like that's going to be well short of what it's going to take tonight. And I just want to give people fair warning. We have, as John mentioned, there's 7 panels of 5 people each who have signed up ahead of time to speak. And I think if we, even if we take that very, very efficiently and limit everyone to just 2 minutes, as we've said we would, that's going to take us 2.5 hours or so probably to really do it. So we really ask that people, first of all, respect the time limit. We're going to first of all call all the people who have signed up in advance, and we'll, as Lisa is doing right now, we'll make them panelists, and they will have audio and video at that point, and we'll call on them to speak for their 2 minutes. The time is going to be shown on my panel. I'll put my iPhone there so you can see what the time is. And please, when you reach the 2-minute limit, try to wrap it up as quickly as possible, because we do have a lot of people who want to speak tonight and a limited amount of time. We ask that speakers be very courteous and respect those time limits. Please also, if you can, don't repeat comments that have been made by other people. That won't serve any real purpose. And so you can just refer to that if you want and say, I subscribe to their views as well. After each of the panels, the 5-person panels, we'll let them go all the way through to the end. And then we'll hold questions or comments from commissioners at that point. And after all of the panelists have spoken, commissioners will then ask their questions or make any comments. And at that point, I will also recognize anyone from Maret, ECC, or the Friends Club group to respond to questions or to respond to comments. After all of those who have notified us in advance that they wish to speak have spoken, and we've got about 35 or so on that list, we will make an effort at least to hear from anyone else who wishes to speak. We'll ask you to raise your hand and see how many people there are and see if we can fit them in, but this is going to take a while. We'll endeavor, however, to listen to everyone who wishes to speak. Now, I said at the beginning of the meeting that we're using the chat and the Q&A functions. Please put any comments that you have in the chat, but we'd like to distinguish comments from questions. If you have a specific question, please put that in the Q&A, and so that we can monitor that and we can single out those questions and make sure that we try to get an answer to them. If we miss a question or don't get a response to everything, we're keeping track of those. They'll be collected. We'll publish all of that on our website after the meeting, so that you will be able to see the chat, both the chat and the questions and answers that were provided. I would also encourage any of the panelists, the resources that we've got here, if you want to respond to some of the questions in the Q&A in writing, please do so. That would be fine. Okay, and I said at the very beginning of the meeting, the video of the entire meeting tonight will be on our website, hopefully tomorrow. So with that, John, you want to identify the first panel and we can get started?
Okay, the first panel.
Randy, excuse me, John, once again, I just want to say apologies a little bit. I may have to go on no video link for a few minutes during this segment. So I'm here, but I may not be visible, which is always an asset given my looks.
Well, let me also mention that, given the fact that this is going to go on for a while, we may take a break at some point and just take 5 minutes and let everybody rest for a second. Okay, John, you want to kick us off?
Okay. First panel are Gregory Poe, John Axelrod, Mike DeMarco, Nancy Wessin, and Nan Gibson. Got it, Lisa?
Okay, Greg, you're first.
Yep, everybody should be on. Greg, you can go on and start.
All righty, thank you for your time tonight. My name's Greg Poe. Since 2007, my family and I have lived at 2923 Northampton Street, excuse me, which is 1 block from the Episcopal Center for Children on the west side of Utah. We strongly support the project as outlined in the December 10th letter that we sent to Commissioner Speck and copied to all commissioners except, of course, Commissioner Cadwell. As I said at the meeting last week with Council Member Louis George, my wife Sunita Dougal and I have been Maret parents for 16 years. Our younger daughter is now a senior. Our support is driven by a close familiarity over those 16 years of Maret's commitment to the community and its track record. Tonight, I wanted to note that last week at the meeting, a link was provided to the Friends of the Field website, which I had not been familiar with before, which includes a template for letters in opposition to the project that, among other things, states inaccurately in paragraph 6 that, quote, noise would be a constant concern, close quote, and inaccurately in paragraph 7 that neighbors would face problems, quote, nearly every day of the year with no relief, close quote. If there's time tonight, I'd appreciate it if Mr. Holloway or Ms. Talbot or an appropriate representative could address those statements to make sure that all of us, all the commissioners and all the neighbors are receiving accurate information. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. John, you want to call the next one?
Okay, next is John Axelrod.
Good evening and thank you. I've lived on Rittenhouse Street for 47 years. I'm a friend of the field and I'm serving on an advisory panel with 2 commissioners to resolve the issues presented by the Maret plan. At the first meeting of the advisory committee, we were told that the commission would probably support the Maret plan and that we would be negotiating with Maret to have some kind of solution. At that time, Maret was telling the neighborhood that there would be no negotiation, that they had a plan, and that was going to be it. I have to admit that when the neighborhood in these four groups wanted to limit the use of the field, Maret sort of listened. Field usage is important because it controls traffic, controls noise, controls safety. So we have a document that was distributed December 15th, which did limit the use of the field, maybe not as much as we would like, but certainly more than the initial document. At the council members meeting last week, it became apparent that there are very much conflicting views as to what Maret is planning to do. The representatives of the various athletic groups seem to think that they were going to get much more time on the field than Maret was telling us. And so it's important first to find out what Maret believes the impact of what it has put in writing to us means, whether they're going to retreat from what we believed were commitments they made to the community. I guess that would be the end of my time, but it's important that we know what Maret is going to do with the written documents that it has provided to us.
Thank you, John.
Next is Mike DeMarco.
Hi, my name is Mike DeMarco. I'm the executive director of Horizons Greater Washington, and we are a community partner who's worked closely with Maret since 2000. I'm here to share my experience as a community partner working with the school. Just a quick bit of background, Horizons is a summer enrichment program for 400 students from underserved communities here in DC. And as I mentioned, we've operated for the past 20 years because of Maret. In fact, it was Maret's commitment to the community that brought Horizons to the DC area over 20 years ago. And I am here tonight to personally attest to the way that Maret wholeheartedly opens their doors to serve our Horizons students and our entire community. This starts at the top with Marjo Talbot, head of school, but it's embedded in the culture of the entire school. At no cost, Maret provides program space, busing, staff resources, material supplies, and yes, field space to Horizons to ensure that Horizons students can have a transformative and life-changing experience in the summer. I've seen firsthand how squeezed the school is to manage their limited field space, including lack of access to full-size fields. And a partnership with the ECC will give Maret and Horizons students access to field space that's not already available. And as a community partner, I have seen the entire Maret community live out their mission and values, particularly in supporting student success and connecting to communities. In my role, I can attest that Maret is a conscientious, welcoming, willing partner, always mindful of their responsibility to the greater good. I will share this as someone who started in the role a few years ago as skeptical about that. And I've continually been proven wrong, and am so grateful to be a partner with them. I'm grateful for Maret's partnership with Horizons and fully confident that this proposed partnership with the ECC will benefit the larger community.
Okay, thank you. Next is Nancy Wasson.
Hi, I'm Nancy Voisin. I live on 28th Street, and I'm a supporter of Friends of the Fields. And so are my neighbors who share the property line with the Episcopal Center for Children. Every one of these families has lived on 28th Street and next to the ECC and shared a property line with ECC for over 20 years, some neighbors over 40 years. And we are unanimous in our opposition to the proposed development. I wanted to comment tonight on the size of the project, the proposed project, and buffers. All of the information that we have is in the BZA application and on Maret's website. It's inadequate and it's also misleading. First, why it's inadequate. It's clear from the BZA application that the site is simply too small to squeeze in 2 regulation size fields, all of the ancillary sheds, buildings, batting cages, and also buffers that would mitigate noise and would protect the homes of the surrounding neighbors, including particularly the neighbors who share a border, who share a property line with the ECC. Maret proposes to build 3 retaining walls, totaling 12 feet, topped by a 6-foot fence. And adding to that would be nets. You combine all of these, the walls, the fence, and the netting, and it's taller than the houses of the neighbors who live the closest to the ECC property. Maret also proposes to remove 40 trees currently on the ECC property and to plant small new trees between the retaining walls. Picture a tall hill with very small trees because that is the buffer that we're going to get. And now to the misleading. The picture of the proposed development on Maret's website shows the mature trees that Maret actually intends to cut down and uproot and completely erases the homes, including mine, that share a property line with the ECC field. We're simply eradicated from Maret's picture.
Can you wrap it up, Nancy?
Yes, I can. We're eradicated from the picture. What we're asking for is a model so that we can see what this is really going to look like. And on behalf of the unanimous contiguous neighbors, I'm asking that that image be removed from Maret's website it is misleading, and it tells the public we're not there, and we are. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nancy. Next is Nan Gibson.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to address this meeting of the ANC. My name is Nan Gibson. I have been a resident of the District of Columbia for nearly 4 decades. I live just a few blocks away from the Episcopal Center for Children and support the partnership to develop youth athletic fields on the ECC campus with Maret. My daughter is a 2021 graduate from Maret, as are my niece and nephew who grew up in the neighborhood as well. But the reason I'm here today is because I have lived directly across the street from the athletic fields of Lafayette Elementary School for 25 years, including through the school's renovation a few years back. Every morning, my block is teeming with children and parents streaming to school, full of promise. And every afternoon, the ball fields are crowded with kids playing sports, squealing with the thrill of victory or groaning with the agony of defeat. I have had a front row seat to how a school's athletic fields enrich this neighborhood, build community, and strengthen this city. Apart from the obvious health benefits, sports teach our children important life lessons. Most importantly, how to work as a team. They provide early lessons about how we must work together in order to achieve any measure of success, that our futures rise and fall together. This partnership will allow the Episcopal Center for Children to continue its mission as a therapeutic school serving special needs children and their families, while also allowing Maret to provide much needed field space for community youth sports. This debate is a teachable moment for our children as well. Will we pit neighbor against neighbor, or will we come together as a community to give kids the opportunity to develop this life skills necessary to navigate school, work, family, and thrive in a diverse society? I urge the council to support the Episcopal Center for Children Maret partnership. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Lisa, we're up to panel 2.
Well, first of all, before we leave.
First of all, have any questions from
Commissioner questions? Commissioners have any questions?
I have one.
Okay, Peter.
In some of the communications, in the letters, and in what I think you just said, Nan, the implication is that this deal between Maret and the ECC is sufficiently large that it's going to allow ECC to restart. Is that correct? I'm just curious. Is this basically a new start for the institution as well?
Maybe we should call upon Bill or Stephanie to answer that one. Randy?
Sure.
Are you there, Stephanie? You're on mute if you are.
Hi. Oops. I'm here. Sorry for the mute. May you repeat your question again too, Peter? I heard some of it and it was kind of technical on this end. Go ahead and repeat.
It's simply this, Stephanie, that in some of the letters that have been written to us about this ECC Maret deal, the implication is not only is this going to provide Maret fields, but it's going to provide you with sufficient financial resources that is going to allow the institution to restart. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. In addition to our use of the field as well, but it's absolutely correct that it will be a viable and sustainable income resource for the center.
Okay, so I just asked the other commissioners, accepting Randy and John, who have been deeply involved. Did we understand that this was basically the lifeline that was going to restart ECC? I guess I'd not read that. Okay.
Yeah. I think we need that from the prior presentation.
Thank you.
At our public meeting.
You're welcome. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, any other, Connie?
I put my hand up and then I put my hand down. I'd like for Nancy to answer the question of how many neighbors precisely that she's saying is supportive of her. And I was reading the chat and she says
Oh,
all the
yeah.
neighbors contiguous, but I just would like to know the count.
What I was talking about is the neighbors'
Yeah.
properties touch the ECC field. And that's on 28th Street in Nebraska. And there are 5 homes there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Lisa?
Yes, I want to go back to Nancy's testimony where, and I don't know who can answer this, but I think just transparently, I really want to know the answer to her comments regarding the removal of those 40 trees and the model. Can someone from ECC address that? First of all, is the model that's depicted on the website actually portrays what it's going to look like? And in terms of the tree removal, is that also accurate? Are you removing the 40 trees? Are any of those trees heritage or special?
I think actually Trey would be the better person. Trey, would
Yeah.
you want to take that? Because I think you have the
Yeah,
spectrum.
let me ask people to take the questions. Trey, I think you're the right person to answer that.
I'm sorry, Randy. She said,
That's okay,
Sure,
Steph.
so I'll start with the trees.
And I'm gonna put you on a timer as well, since we've got to keep moving.
So with the trees, any heritage trees that will be removed from the site are trees that are dead or have or are dying, and that's been validated by DDOT Urban Forestry. Our arborist has walked the site with them several times, and they've made that determination in coordination with us. There are some special trees that we would have to have the correct permits for in order to do that. There are heritage trees on the site that will be moved. Those have been deemed healthy enough to be moved by the arborist from DC Urban Forestry. As it relates to the plan that is on our website, the depiction that is there is something that was done in August. And so it is an older plan. The plan has changed since then. We do have iterative materials on our website, and we'll continue to update. Maybe we could do a better job of dating them so people understand that, but we do want to show the process that we've gone through with the community to make changes to the plans as we hear feedback and make adjustments for that feedback. So you may see some things in plans from August and September that are not going to appear when we have the 3D model in January. And specifically to that 3D model, I think Maret has been very consistent. We said in our meeting in December, the office hours last week, the meeting with the council member last Thursday, and I'll say it again tonight, that we do intend to have the 3D model for folks by the end of this month in January. We will have that. We are working on it, and we'll be able to show that to folks because we recognize the importance of people wanting to know what it's going to look like, the view from their home.
If I may, I did make a request for that picture to be removed in November.
Nancy?
I'm still waiting.
We're not gonna have a back and forth today, okay?
No problem.
Just one last question on that, Randy. Do they have a report on the from the urban forget the name, Urban Forestry Division? Is there a report on that on your website?
So we don't have an urban forestry report. I mean, we do have a paper trail of back and forth. We did a full tree inventory where we numbered all of the trees on the site and literally went by and put our hands on the trees. So, I mean, we do have it documented, if that's kind of what you're getting at, Lisa.
Okay, thank you.
Michael?
My question is, Randy, for us as the ANC, can we invite someone from Urban Forestry to talk about what the likelihood of success of survival of replanted special and heritage trees is?
Yes, we will certainly do that. In fact, John and I have talked about the need to have several DC district agencies come and talk with us about this. One is Urban Forestry, one is DOEE about stormwater runoff, and one is DDOT about traffic management. So all of those we will have at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And just to let the commission know, and maybe other folks as well, there was a recent hearing on, I think it was Mary Che. I don't want to get the council member wrong. It might have been Mary Che, but it was really good where she had something she was talking about regarding urban forestry. So you might want to go back and look at that, but it was really good. Gave a lot of good explanation on the heritage trees, special trees, how they should be removed and their chances of survival. So that's a good topic to understand.
Yep. All right, there was one other question that was raised about the intensity of the use, and by a couple of the people, I think John raised it and Greg as well. Trey, could you just talk a bit about what the actual proposal now is for the use of the field, and just describe it as briefly as you can?
Sure. So I mean, you can go to our website. We have specific pages on the maret.org website that lay out the detailed proposal of hours per day by season. There are Maret hours where we need to use it for our programmatic needs. There are other hours that have been allocated for use by outside youth sports organizations, as well as summer camps and summer activities in the summer. So generally, you're talking about activities that would start during the week after school and go till about 6 p.m. It would go until maybe 7 p.m. on Fridays when we may have some games. On the weekends, you're talking about hours presently that go from about 10 or 11 a.m. until 3 p.m. or so in the afternoon, with most Sundays being open. One of the things that I think we really should address is that Maret will honor any commitments that we put into writing with the ANC as it relates to hours of usage. I think last week, I think we have backed off of some of the hours that we originally proposed. And I think what was heard in the meeting last week that John was referencing is that there are a lot of folks who want more hours. So you did have outside sports organizations that would say, yeah, we would love to use this field. And so, you know, for us, I think we would love to see more hours, but whatever the ANC and Maret agree to, we will 100% honor those commitments, just how we honor our commitments with our neighbors in Woodley Park.
Okay, I also want to give Bruce an opportunity if you want to have a couple of minutes to respond to any of this.
Thanks, Randy. First of all, I'd like to say hi to my old friend, Nan Gibson. Nan, it's really great to see your face on the screen. Happy in this kind of long distance way to engage with you on this particular issue. We should get coffee separate apart from this. Randy and fellow commissioners, I
think I can bring you around, Bruce.
Yeah, there you go. I just want to stress with respect to the topics that have been brought up during this particular panel, that on a number of the issues that have been raised concerning noise, concerning intensity of use, concerning buffers in terms of the development of the land, we are interested as members, friends of the field, obviously some of the most affected, in fact, neighbors in the community by this proposed development, to pursue a progressive course of discovery and obtain all the facts, understand clearly the implications of the plans that Maret is continuing to evolve, and then communicate all that to this entire community. We support ECC's mission. We support Maret's mission. We support missions of sports organizations, youth sports organizations that want to have access to the field. I just want to let everybody know here, our issue is not about them. It's about whether the scope and scale of this proposed development is compatible with and appropriate for this particular piece of land in the Chevy Chase neighborhood. And we think there is a lot more discovery of key information that remains to be done before any of us can reach that conclusion that in fact this is compatible and appropriate.
Thank you very much, Bruce. John, you want to?
Okay, second panel, first person is David Patton.
Sure. Hi.
Hang on.
Yeah,
Can
don't
we-
we want to de-escalate the first panel and?
Yeah,
escalate
Yeah.
the second?
yeah, we have to do that.
David,
Give
if
me
you
a
just give
minute.
it a few minutes.
Yeah, let Lisa do that. Yeah.
Give me a minute to remove the first panel and everybody that's going to be on the second panel.
Thank you.
Raise
Thank
your
you for those who spoke. Thank you.
hand.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
John, do you want to call out the names of the second panel so they can raise their
Okay,
hand?
yes. David Patton, Frank Buchholz, Peter Hakeem, Allison Brooks, and Phil Brandon.
And again, it would be helpful if you raise your hand so Lisa can find you quickly.
Now, Claudia Russell. Claudia, is she?
She's on the screen now.
Are you Are you a panel member?
No, she's a resource. She's a
Gotcha.
resource.
Okay.
She's also for panel 3, but not panel 2.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm promoting Michael Lund.
And you have to de-promote Mike DeMarco.
Okay.
No offense. Mike.
That's not even a real word.
We're looking for another word.
Thank you, Mike. All right.
And we appreciate everyone's patience as we go through the technology here, but it's a necessary evil, I'm afraid.
Having problems promoting Michael Lund. There you go. Okay, everybody on the second panel should be ready and in place.
Okay.
Okay, David Patton.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Patton. I live on 28th Street, right across from Nancy Voisin, and very close to the ECC. And try to fit this into 2 minutes. I'm addressing the commissioners because those other than John Higgins and Randy Speck may not know details about this project. I'm aligned with Friends of the Field and 1,000 years of common law recognition of the rights of neighboring property owners. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. So I'm going to say a bit about 3D modeling. A 3D interactive visualization can portray much more information than 1,000 words. To put it in terms of what we conceive of, what we consider a plan set, plans are a flat view of a piece of property from above, but a full plan set is not only plans, but elevations, sections, and massing studies. We haven't seen that from the Maret team. We've been asking for it. They're pledging to provide a 3D model, but it needs to be an interactive model so we can query it, so that everybody involved and affected can ask questions of this representation themselves. So this doesn't come pre-packaged. Maret has a responsibility to make the proposal graphically legible and understandable. And as a measure of the importance of what's at issue here, this is a 5-acre site. This is not a single back porch. This is not a single house lot. By comparison, the entire Lafayette School is 5 3/4 acres, and it serves 902 students, sorry. Maret has based their projections on 99 of their own students. The rest of the use would come from outside users, outside the Maret community, and there's money involved. We have no idea of the orders of magnitude of money involved. I will stop.
Thank you, David.
Okay, next is Frank Buchholz.
Frank, you're on mute. You're still on mute.
There you go. Frank, you can talk. Frank, you're unmuted. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
We can.
We can hear you.
I just heard you, so you go ahead and speak.
Yeah.
Speak loudly.
According to the zoning regs, private schools shall be located so as not to become objectionable to adjoining and nearby property owners because of noise, traffic, number of students, or otherwise objectionable conditions, such as damage to the environment. Specifically, I am concerned that potential buyers for our homes will be discouraged from purchasing them when nearby there are 200 screaming adolescents, 2 sports fields, and a parking lot, all shrouded in 20-foot-long green netting held aloft by long telephone poles. For all these reasons, I object to Maret's proposal to permit a private school use in a B1B zone. Reparking, I don't see the need for a parking lot if the vehicles are to be bussed in. If the parking is for rally day, I advise having the rally at Maret. The end.
Thank you, Frank. We had a hard time hearing you, but I think we got it.
Could I ask Frank, where does he live? I did not get that at the beginning.
I'm a nearby property owner at 5877 Nebraska Avenue, Northwest.
Thank you, Frank.
Okay, thank you, Frank. Next up is Peter Hakim.
Is he elevated?
You know, I don't see him. Hang on.
Peter, if you're here, please raise your hand.
I don't see him. Oh, yep, I got him.
I believe we don't speak like you're yelling into a radio in World War II.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're on mute.
You're waiting for me now?
Yes,
Yep.
we are. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I don't know why my photo isn't coming. Oh, well, here it is. Okay. Let me just be rather straightforward that I don't live anywhere near the Chevy Chase neighborhood, but I have lived 27 years right in front of Maret School and right in front of its sports facility. We went through the period when they were remodeling it and they were expanding it. And we've gone maybe 15, 20 years now, I can't quite remember, of living with the new field. And I must admit, an intense program of activity during the week and on weekends. And let me say, we've never had a single problem with Maret over something that happened on the field, the noise that it produced, whatever. To the contrary, this was great noise to see kids playing. And I mean, it was really a wonderful, and no traffic problems to my knowledge. You know, and this is day in and day out. We lived with this and it was wonderful. Let me just say all that. And let me also add that we welcome the notion that Maret was serving as a playground for people who didn't have playgrounds in their neck of the woods in DC. And we like to hear the shouts in Spanish as well as in English. And we enjoyed watching it occasionally. And once or twice when I was injured and couldn't go through my usual exercises, I even snuck onto the playing field. And I think that that would be a good thing for a number of people who live in the Chevy Chase neighborhood to do. Let me just end with
Peter, if you could wrap up, please, Peter.
Take out some trees, but they planted, and there are more trees there now than there was at the outset.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you. Allison Brooks.
Commissioner Brooks, you're on mute. There you go.
Evening. How are you?
Good.
I just had to get off mute. So I have written my statement so that I don't get derailed in my 2 minutes, and then I'll submit that afterwards. So good evening, everyone, commissioners. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. As an ANC chair and a parent of a Maret alumnus, I have a special insight to this project and understand how the ANC can greatly influence the outcome of this situation. There is not often in life, it's not often in life when we can look at a moment in time and determine when you were able to make a difference in the lives of many. This is that opportunity. And I want that opportunity for as many young people as possible. By supporting this project, you're helping the many. And I'm submitting my support for the Maret Fields project and ask that you do as well. In a recent meeting, many community members asked why we should allow Maret to continue with this deal. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to explain why the project between these two private entities has my support. ECC needs to find a lessee to continue to fund the great work that they do. Because they need to find an additional income stream, and because Maret needs space for sports activities, this partnership can be advantageous to everyone. It allows ECC to continue its great work. It affords Maret sports program a home, and it activates and opens the field to the community neighbors. Maret has a track record of being a good and transparent neighbor. Currently located in a DC neighborhood, much like the proposed location, the community is used regularly, the campus, is used regularly by external groups, as well as members of the community, playing on the playground or exercising on green space, as just mentioned. Annually, Maret hosts events open to the community, as well as adds volunteer days to its school calendar so that students can learn the value of giving back. Anyone that suggests Maret staff, parents, or students would mistreat the field, the neighborhood, or the community that they would be so happy to join is creating a paper tiger. The school has a history of giving back, and anyone could ask its current community how we support and value it. Respected integrity is one of Maret's core principles and is integral to how we as a community engage others. My
Thank you.
time's up?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay, I'll submit it in writing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, last person on this panel is Phil Brandon.
Yes, hi, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to make 3 interrelated points. I live at 3124 Oliver Street Northwest, which is approximately 2 blocks from the campus of ECC. My first comment is that loss of open green space and destruction of heritage trees is very detrimental to our community. In a warming world, we should be doing all we can to mitigate the loss of open space and trees. Athletic fields with artificial turf, which is apparently proposed for the field, are well documented to create so-called heat islands. Grass respires and releases moisture into the air. Thus, ground temperature rarely exceeds ambient temperature significantly. Artificial turfs may reach temperatures in excess of 140 degrees Fahrenheit on hot, sunny days, as we all experience in DC in July and August. This is in addition to the effects of construction of concrete or asphalt-covered parking areas on the grounds. This development is not consistent with smart growth. Washington, DC is supposedly evolving toward maximizing growth and development along already established transit corridors such as Connecticut Avenue and Wisconsin Avenue, where there is ample public transit such as Metro Bus and Metro Rail. Chevy Chase is in a part of the city with poor public transit options, having lost one bus line in the last few years, the E6, and currently is serviced by only the M4, which does not operate on weekends, and the E6, or the E4, which is crosstown. In contrast, Nationals Park, which was planned 15 or so years ago, was built in Southwest DC for a variety of reasons, not the least of which was good proximity to a metro stop. Given the dearth of public transit options, many students using the proposed ECC Maret Fields will arrive by personal car. This will increase pollution, lead to overparking in residential areas, and is teaching the next generation exactly the wrong lesson, because traveling where we want, when we want, whenever we want by private vehicle is not going to be ecologically sustainable
up,
for
Phil?
much longer.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes this panel. So we could go into any questions from commissioners.
Peter?
Don't I remember in a previous, I think in the previous hearing we had, the commission as a whole had on this issue, I thought I remember Maret saying that they would commit to transport all their students in one vehicle, or I mean, not so that there wouldn't be a lot of personal arriving vehicles. Now, I don't know whether that applies to non-Maret youth group use, but Trey, is that have you made that commitment?
Yes, that's correct. So in our traffic management plan, what that calls for is when our students leave our Woodley Park campus to come to practice during the week, we would be busing them over. The traffic management plan does call for some coaches to be able to use private vehicles. But that, I think we said that would be 5 or 6 coaches per day coming in private vehicles. And then the kids would come over in a school bus, and then we would bring them back in a school bus. Kids that live in the neighborhood would be allowed to walk home from practice. And at times where they weren't at school before practice, kids that live in the neighborhood could, walk to practice or a game there. But yes, we did commit to that.
Trey, on game days, how would your opponents get there?
They would also bus. So we would require them to bus their kids over and not use private vehicles. I mean, that's what happens now. They come over in buses. It would be the same.
What about for non-Maret uses? What's the process?
Sure. So for non-Maret uses, our traffic management plan, we basically have estimated a number of users that we would have at any given time. I would say we've kind of estimated for what we deem to be a worst case scenario in our traffic management plan to understand the traffic measures that would be needed. And we're working with DDOT on any, infrastructure adjustments that may be needed, the number of parking spaces that are needed on the site to make sure that there's adequate amount of parking for the usage that we have, and to make sure that the project meets all requirements that the city has for parking.
Lisa, I saw that is Bruce Sherman off of the panel? He was supposed to stay on as a resource.
Okay.
Let's hear the rest of his panel.
It's a few more minutes.
I hadn't removed anyone from this panel yet.
Bruce was on the previous panel, but he's
back
a
on.
resource.
Yeah, Randy,
He's
I'm
back
back
on.
now. I think in the interest of providing the commissioners and the community complete information, it would be helpful also for our Maret colleagues to elaborate on the attendance at rivalry games for Maret, as well as attendance on weekends of the youth sports associations, which might be subleasing the property, and how attendees at those games would be arriving at the field.
Sure. So in our printed materials that you can find on our website, they're also in our BZA application. So that information has been fully disclosed in all of our written stuff to date. We do have rivalry games. So for example, Sidwell Friends School is a rivalry school for us. We do expect that we would have maybe a couple of hundred spectators that would come to those games. Again, that's in all of our materials. Our traffic management plan accounts for that. So the city will assess our proposal based on our estimates for that. So that information is all out there. When it comes to outside sports organizations using the field, I think Maret has also made it clear that we recognize that some use is more appropriate than other use. So you could have one organization and they have several different kinds of uses, and one may be better for the site than another that creates less traffic. I think we want to work collaboratively with the neighborhood to find the appropriate uses, and the groups that we have been talking to about potentially using the field, we've had those conversations with them. And we've said, hey, look, I know you have these different types of games or practices that you have, But as we've met with neighbors, we think your use like this is more appropriate as opposed to this other use that you have. So we want to make sure that we're doing something that makes sense for the neighborhood.
But just finally, as a practical matter, it's true, correct, that there will be many occasions when participants in the athletic programs, coaches, and also spectators, as you mentioned for rivalry games, several hundred spectators will be driving, not bused, to the field.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, people who come to watch the game would drive. That is true, yes. But in terms of a number of our rivalry games, how many we have per season, I mean, we play Sidwell Friends once a year in football, and we play them, once every other year at home, and the other time is at their place. So every other year we play Sidwell at the field where we'd have a couple hundred spectators. So I think the impact of that is not something that you're going to see every day. What you will see every day at this site is 60, 50 kids being bussed over in 1 or 2 school buses and 5 or 6 coaches driving private vehicles. That's going to be the bulk of the usage that you will see during the week.
But you would also see
Bruce, I'm going to interrupt you here. I don't want you going back and forth here. We're going to leave it at that for right now. And we're not going to have a debate.
Randy, can I just make
Bruce,
sure that at some point
Bruce,
you get complete information to the commissioners?
We're having plenty of other opportunities for discussions with the commissioners and for the Friends of the Field, as well as anyone else to make presentations, but that's not for tonight. So we'll save that for another night. Okay, any other questions from commissioners for this panel? There's one thing that is in the chat, in the Q&A, that I did want to bring up, and I think this is probably an appropriate one for Marjo Talbot, and that is about the use of the Jelliff field, which Maret has had a lease from the District of Columbia for use of that field for some time. It continues, I think, until 2029. Marjo, can you describe what Maret's use of the Jelliff field is going to be once you have the full use of the ECC field?
Sure. Thank you, Randy, and hi to everybody. We developed the Jelliff field in 2009, and we have a 19-year lease on that. And it's not really a lease, it's preferred permitting. So we are allowed to use that field in the fall and spring for our athletic program. That includes a baseball diamond and a multi-purpose field. We have said over and over again, our goal as a school is not to hoard fields. And if we are developing the ECC field in the way that we expect and hope, which only really provides the needs for our athletic programs in the fall and spring, we're happy to be talking to the district and DPR, which we have a two-way agreement on whether or not we release our preferred permitting. Our relationship with the city and DPR has obligations that we are committed to, so we need to kind of rethink that and renegotiate it once we have the ECC fields operational. So our commitment is not to hoard fields. We're not in a position to have a negotiation with the city because we do not have the ECC fields developed at this point. But that's our commitment, and I think our word is always well known as being real, that we will not hold on to field space that we don't need. Obviously, that is the case at Maret. We also use our field for other outside groups, and we want to be proactive in that fashion. I want to also add that we want to work with the ANC on how to use the fields at ECC that benefits our community, the community around it, outside groups, being sensitive to the needs of the neighbors and limiting those times that are appropriate.
Thank you, Marjo. Okay, Michael.
You're on mute.
Michael, you have your hand up.
One of the among the many emails that I get around this topic, there's a continuous thread of comments that we really need to talk to the people around Jelliff to see how that relationship with Maret is working. So if in our future meetings, we can figure out how to learn more about that. I think that would advantage us as well.
Okay, it's a good idea. Okay,
Hey,
if there are no other
Lisa,
questions,
I'm sorry.
if there are no other questions, John, you want to move to the next panel?
Next panel is Adam Krieger,
Oh,
Claudia
okay.
Russell, Paul Fisher, Cheryl Wasserman, Jennifer Backus.
They're all up, Lisa.
All of them except for Claudia Russell, if she can.
She
raise-
should be
Claudia
already there.
Russell's there.
Is she on?
Yeah, she's one of our resources.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Let
Okay,
me.
Adam Krieger is next.
Okay, great. So my name's Adam Kreisel. My family lives on Patterson Street, 2 blocks from the ECC. I've been a district resident for about 30 years, and this is my my first ANC meeting, so I appreciate everybody giving me the time. My wife and I are parents of 2 middle school girls at Maret, and we enthusiastically support this proposal. We live across the street from Lafayette Park. Every morning we see lots of children streaming by and families. On nice days, we can see families and children in the park, and we can hear them playing. And while on occasion I can't find a parking spot directly in front of my home during this period, this vibrancy is a wonderful feature of the community. It's not a bug. And that's one of the reasons why I chose to live adjacent to a school in a community that is family friendly like Chevy Chase. You know, ultimately everything involves trade-offs, and it would be really nice whenever possible if we could make trade-offs that benefit children sometimes. In this case, the ECC needs the funds to continue its important mission, and children throughout DC need more fields, especially turf fields that kids can play on during rainstorms. You know, I have kids that play soccer, and there's whole seasons whenever there's rain that the district prevents kids from playing on any of those grass fields. So this is an environmentally appropriate field. It was done thoughtfully, and it's something the community needs. And I hope as the ANC considers the appropriate amount of use that they allow the community to use it as well. And I think that's the most important thing. So I appreciate your time, and I thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Next up is Claudia.
Good evening. I'm Claudia Russell, supporter of Friends of the Field, which is an alliance of more than 230 Chevy Chase neighbors and concerned citizens who live here mostly in Commissioners Zeldin, Higgins, and Speck's areas and care deeply about this community. I've lived in my home, which is adjacent to the ECC, for almost 24 years, which I'm proud to say has been photographed by DC for inclusion in their historic documentation for mid-century residences. At the time, they told me I was a good steward of my home. I was very pleased to hear this, and I would hope that all of us would strive to be good stewards of our community and our city. Regarding the Maret proposal, I'd like to point out that the intensity of land use of this site squeezes the fields, parking, etc., into a site that is bursting at the seams. The footprint is so tight that the parking area seeps out into public space, for which Maret is seeking another zoning exception. The playing fields back up to property lines with negligible buffers. At best, at the homes abutting the site on 28th Street. It's a tad better along the Rittenhouse and Utah alleys. This is coupled with the fact that there's a 35-foot drop across the site requiring cut and fill to level the site. For the cut and fill, walls are required, which are a minimum of 8 feet deep, 2 4-foot walls that are stepped on the north side and west side, and a minimum of 12 feet high, 3 4-foot stepped walls on the east side. Stepped or not, their cumulative amount are excessive in height. On top of these walls are 6-foot fences with netting that's plus or minus 25 feet as we understand it could be. This is hardly residential scale. It even exceeds the allowable height of a home in this area. If only it was simple sausage casing, but the sausage is also alive with loud bells, whistles, shouts, and roars. Given the fact-
Can you wrap it up, please?
Sure. I will wrap it up by saying our homes need to be recognized and respected. They're part of the city fabric, as we are citizens of the city who are bearing the burdens of intense land use and footprint. The boundaries are fixed, and the only solution is to reduce the overscaled and overwrought development to fit appropriately and with a neighborly intent within it. Thank you.
Okay, after Claudia is Paul Fisher.
Hello, my name is Paul Fisher, and I live at 5935 Utah Avenue, just 2 houses down from the ECC property. My house is adjacent to the Utah Avenue alley, which is adjacent to the ECC field. I'm a friend of the field supporter, and I'm one of the ANC 3G residents who live closest to the ECC field. The main concern which I want to address tonight is the amount of noise that will be generated by the planned activity at the site. I am very concerned that Maret will not be able to stay within the legal limits of allowable noise for single-family housing zones in the district, which is only 60 decibels, about as loud as a clothes dryer, as sports activities regularly exceed this limit. I am even more concerned that the retaining walls necessary to support the deep cutout that would be needed to level the existing ECC land for a football field would exacerbate the noise issue. Concrete retaining walls, a standard building material, would not be noise friendly. Just last week, Maret has said that they do not know what materials they would plan to use for the retaining walls, and that they have not consulted any type of acoustic engineer with regards to the site on their plans. Therefore, it cannot be assumed that Maret will be able to maintain sound on the field in accordance with existing DC laws and regulations. I believe that the ANC opinion on the proposed use of the site should ensure that all regulations are followed, and I think that it would be much better for the ANC to delay passing judgment on this and other similar issues until Maret can supply all the correct information. The ANC cannot make recommendations on such a grand project without all necessary information. I am not asking today that the ANC request a delay of the March 9 hearing date, but I do want to mention this as a possibility for upcoming discussions. The citizens who reside in ANC 3G, and most importantly, the ANC 3G residents who live closest to the ECC field and would be most affected by the proposed development, deserve thorough, thoughtful, and fact-based recommendations. Thank you for your time tonight.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Cheryl Wasserman.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I live 0.6 of a mile from the ECC and often walk through that part of the neighborhood with my husband and dog. I originally thought that this would be a slam dunk for both the ECC and Maret, as it solved the financial problems that the ECC had and they could reopen. And it would be consistent with the purpose of the site, which is to serve children's intellectual, emotional, and physical development. And it deters demand for clearing the site for housing, apartment towers, or whatever higher density use there would be. So I thought a field that children would play on, which is consistent with the existing use, would be a slam dunk. Second, I appreciate our neighbors' concerns over change. I too am grappling with how much change and what kind of change is coming to Connecticut Avenue. I'm a block from Connecticut Avenue. So I know change is hard. We all want things to stay the way they are, or a say in how, where, when it'll happen. But I have then made a point of witnessing Maret, carefully listening and responding to our neighbors in their many meetings and forums to identify and address any concerns. Their proposals include, from my point of view, beautiful and very expensive terracing walls to stabilize the site's perimeter and sound and visually pleasing barrier landscaping. The proposals include refined surface water management plans, which don't exist right now. They are planning for care of existing heritage trees and provisions to minimize traffic and bus idling. Nebraska Avenue is no small side street. It's a wide corridor. Their leases of the fields, while not in use, are not established to make money, but to secure the maximum benefit for our city and to hold the lessees accountable for their treatment of the field. Thank you, I'll wrap up. I understand concerns, but I don't understand the suggestion that this is an elitist school that is trying to make money off of this field. The application before the BZA is for special exemption permit, a private school use in a residential zone district. Well, it already is a private school use in a residential zone district. And allowing the parking
Cheryl.
spaces.
Please wrap it up if you can.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Is consistent with not having the parking needs overflow into the neighbors. That was mentioned. Truth and full disclosure, I'm a past parent of Maret, which, but I have no vested interest in it currently. But I just know that it's a school that walks its talk. They're very responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Sorry. I'll submit comments.
Okay, Jennifer Backus.
Thank you, and thanks to all the commissioners for hosting this forum. My name is Jenny Backus. I live at 5841 Nebraska Avenue, which is directly across from the ECC field. My husband Ed and I have lived here for 21 years. We've raised our son Jack here, who went to Deal and Lafayette and is now a 10th grader at Maret, who will probably not get to use this field. But regardless of where our kid goes to school or not, we would be and are very strong supporters of this project. And I think it's really important that the ANC knows. I love my neighbors. Some of them and I are on different sides of this issue, but there are lots of people in the neighborhood that are supportive of this deal or have some more questions. So I think it's very important to make sure that people don't say that all the neighbors or all the people that live on Nebraska Ave are opposed to this, because we're not. And the reason why I'm not, and my husband is not, is because this deal does three things, and some of this has already been talked about. So listening to Randy's point earlier, I'll be very quick, but I have spent many of the last 20 years working to support the ECC. I love the fact that we live across the street from the ECC. I loved listening to the kids and meeting the staff and all of the people that were involved in the ECC. I worked very hard to bring the spring fair, which is sort of like a rivalry game, a one-time a year event for Lafayette. When we were under construction, the ECC opened their doors to us and we got to host it. I personally, regardless of anybody who was coming to here, would want to make sure that the community could use it more. When the ECC owned it alone, and then when they ran out of money, they haven't been able, for liability reasons, and I understand, to let the community use this. So my kid sneaks on. I know everybody on the streets, kids have snuck on time and again. But what I really like about this deal is that Maret is trying to offer an opportunity for the community to use this field and the children of the community. Now, the second way that the children of the community are going to use this field is through the sports teams. And the sports teams are, my son played DC soldered soccer, he played Capital baseball, and he played a lot of other sports. He could, if he was still playing, he could walk across the street to the field. So I asked my neighbors and the ANC to really think about that some of the teams that are going to be using this field are going to give people in the neighborhood an opportunity to walk to the soccer game instead of getting in the car and driving to Carter Barron. And this is not Carter Barron. This is one soccer field or one baseball field.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure I feel I got 2 minutes, but thank you. And I submitted my last comment.
All right, that concludes that panel. So we're open for questions from the commissioners.
Any commissioners have questions?
Michael has one.
3 minutes is tough. 2 minutes is tough.
It is.
If the commissioners don't have any questions here, there's one question in the Q&A that I think.
Randy, Michael and Connie.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hands up. Connie?
I was just going to ask about the question that Paul Fisher brought up, which is acoustic engineers. I'd like Trey, or maybe Randy, you can decide who can respond to that. Is there any intention to get some experts to see if retaining walls and so forth will reduce any noise that neighbors are concerned with.
Trey, you want to respond to that?
Sure, I will take that. So at present, we have not engaged an acoustic engineer on issues related to sound. We are aware that there are sound limits for a residential neighborhood. I just want to emphasize that we are not going to have any amplified sound on this site. So there won't be speakers. There will not be a PA system, no announcer. We don't have a programmatic need for those. So we won't be amplifying. And so those restrictions, we won't be in violation of those because we will not have amplified sound. Actually, people's voices, like kids playing on a playing field, is not part of the decibel limits. So that's why we've not engaged someone to this point.
Thank you.
Trey, we're certainly willing to do so, and we're going to do continuing office hours on any of these topics so that we'd be welcoming any of the commissioners and others to join us in those office hours with outside consultants. We certainly are working with our zoning lawyer to make sure that we're within the regulations of everything that is expected from the city, but we will go ahead and do an acoustical engineer just to answer these questions point by point.
Thank you, Marjo.
Thank you.
Michael?
Yes, I have a question for Maret, I guess, which is I'm trying to understand what the difference between youth sports use and open fields use is. So for example, youth sports use, I assume, is leasing to DC Stoddard or Cap City for organized leagues. But when it's open fields, does that mean that Stoddard soccer can't use them? So if two teams want to play a game and there's open fields, they can or cannot, what will be the limits on what they can use? Or for example, when I coach my kids soccer, we always try to get onto the ECC field, but always were kicked off. But if I could have held my practices, I would have held my practices on that field. And so I guess I'm just trying to understand what your concept of open fields is in relationship to me coaching my soccer team there, or me talking to another coach and saying, let's play a game on Sunday at 11 because it's an open fields day in the summer. So can you just elaborate on the distinction between those?
Trey, you want to take that?
Sure. So, in our materials that we have out there, when it says open fields, what that indicates is that it is not time that Maret is allocated to a particular activity at the moment. We do not see this as, we've heard that there are places in and around the city where folks kind of do squatters' rights and come and always monopolize a particular time when they know there's not someone leasing the field. That's not something that we would want to see happen here. When there's open field time, for example, on the weekends, we would like to come to an agreement with the ANC about times that those are times where the neighbors could use the field. To be perfectly honest, we've heard a variety of opinions about that. We've heard a good number of neighbors say that they like to see that. We've also heard neighbors say that they do not want to see that. I would say we want to reach an agreement about that. And so that there could be time where neighbors in the area could come and use the field, kick a ball with their child, throw a ball, organize a game of pickup. To be clear, there are also certainly times of year where there are, long holiday weekends or stretches where Maret is not planning to lease the field or use the field for our programs, where the field is going to be open. So we do want to get to an agreement with the neighborhood about that.
Okay, I mean, the reason I ask is that if this field is built and it's sitting there unleased to a youth sports league on a particular day, it's going to get very heavily used once word gets out that there's a soccer field or a baseball field that's available for use. So I think it's something that we do need to think about to figure out what the impact of open fields is versus youth sports fields. Youth sport field actually may be less intrusive than open fields.
Sure, that's completely fair. I mean, yeah, our intention is not to let there be a open field where an adult recklessly could come squat every weekend and play. That's not what we want to see happen on the site. So I think that's a fair point, Michael. We have considerations around that with gating and controlled access, but we certainly take that under advisement to make sure we're doing everything we can do on that front.
And I want to just add to what Trey said, we would like to work with the ANC in our community agreement that would be part of the BZA, and then we would all commit to what that open space is. We see that open space really being provided to the neighborhood and would have possibly an access code into the field. We would monitor it and make sure that it doesn't then become a loud football game for the neighbors, but it does allow for people to come on to the field in the neighborhood. We've made sure that during the winter break, over any federal holidays, in the summer and Saturdays and Sundays, that neighbors would have access to the field. How to do that appropriately is what we want to work with John and the ANC Advisory Council on.
Okay, Connie?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to follow up on this question. Is there sort of like what we did at the beginning of this meeting? You know, we have dates that for our public meetings that go through the year. Will you have a calendaring that's transparent so that the neighborhood could check to see what games are happening, you know, during the week and on the weekends? And then I'm kind of thinking about Blessed Sacrament. You know, they have a field and neighbors get to use it, but they are all abiding by the same rules. They know that it can't go past 6. They have certain rules about access, but the neighbors love it because their kids are able to use it. And I would imagine that that radius would be a little wider for the ECC sports field, but maybe there's a way to do that so that there's a understanding of sort of the number of people who may use it.
Connie, that's exactly our hope and our expectation, to have such a calendar that's available for people. We want to make sure that, one of the things we heard very clearly from the neighbors is that they didn't want, people on the field after a certain hour. So that's why on our picture, we have open fields, but it's limited because it doesn't go to 7 or 8 o'clock in the summer evenings. So that's exactly our expectation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Marjo, could I just add to that it has worked very well, even now that there's several of the neighborhood groups, they happen to be students that attend Lafayette. There's about 4 soccer teams that actually use the field now and have called up and, they've gotten waivers and settled that with me. And it's just really been a nice operation and opportunity for these groups to be able to play and use the fields that are right across the street almost from Lafayette. There's 4 different teams. I'm on an email thread even today. They're getting ready for the next season. So I think it would be an opportunity in that way too, Marjo.
Trey, can you keep it really short?
I can. I'll try to keep it to less than a minute. I just wanted to talk about something because it's come up a few times and it's related to the buffers and the setbacks on the property. I just have to be very clear that the buffers and the setbacks that we have meet all the requirements that the city has for properties. We've worked really closely with our civil engineers to make sure we're meeting that. So, I know specifically the neighbors on 28th Street have a concern about that, but I want to assure everyone as well as them that we are meeting what's required of us in this project. And I also want to talk about the parking spaces. We do not leak into public space. The parking spaces as depicted are outside the building restriction line, which the city has in case they ever need to come through and do eminent domain of private property. So that building restriction line does leak into private property. The parking spaces do cross that line, but it's not into public space. So Maret is not proposing to take up public space with its parking spaces. That's it.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners for this panel?
Claudia has her hand up. I'm not sure she's.
I didn't see Claudia. Would you like to
I'm
speak?
not sure I'm allowed to articulate some thoughts. Am I allowed to?
If you'll keep it brief, yes.
Well, I think it's important. Yes, there are city regulations. However, if you look at this, and we will see it much better in a 3D model, which others will see and the commissioners will see. The setbacks are so minimal. And if you go to any other field in the city, they have generous setbacks, huge setbacks in some, more minor in others, but there's always an alley. There are never houses that are directly property line to the field. And I think that people have to look at this, that it's way beyond just a regulation. You have to actually look at how it's impacting the neighborhood. And that's why we're so grateful that you've agreed to do a 3D model, and everyone will be able to see it and understand that impact and then make judgment. So thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Okay, shall we go to the next panel?
All right, this is panel 4. Lionel Brown, Joe Forcier, Crystal Wright, William Liebner, and Jan Sherman. So Lionel Brown is up next.
Just to keep us a little bit on track on where we are, we're less than halfway through the people who have signed up to speak tonight, and it's been about an hour and a half we've been on this. So we probably got at least an hour and a half left. Is that okay with all the commissioners? We're going to plow through this?
I think we're going to break our last year's record, Randy, again. And this is a great trial by fire for Chaz as his first public meeting.
I'm hoping we can go to midnight.
I'm going to get some tea.
Okay, is Lionel Brown on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you want to begin?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for having me. So my name is Lionel Brown. I'm co-block captain of the 5300 block of 29th Street. So it's a few blocks away of Military Road. My wife and I, full disclosure, are also Maret parents. We've been affiliated with the school now for close to 10 years. It's also interesting to note that our kids are in high school. So one is a senior, the other one is a sophomore. So they are unlikely to benefit from this project directly. But as we noted in our letter to the commissioners, we strongly, enthusiastically support the project because we believe it balances out the various needs as everybody has expressed. So I'm not going to go into that. One of the things we want to talk about, or I want to talk about, we're here to bear witness as a character witness for Maret. We can tell you that Maret, I think as one of the neighbors from Woodley Park indicated, they treat neighbors with respect and empathy. That's part of the school ethos. I mean, it's embedded in the school policies. There's reminders that go to parents and students, and there's active enforcement of practices to avoid disruption in this current neighborhood. Past performance, I'm sure we all will agree, is prologue. And we have no doubt at all that Maret will live up to its commitments. Usage of the ECC space is not a matter of if, but when. We all can agree on that. I mean, this is a city, high density. I mean, a space of that nature, Maret has been looking for over 30 years. I mean, at some point, that space will be developed. We believe using that space for field usage and helping the city, and particularly helping the ECC to commence its operations is very valuable. So for those reasons, we respectfully request that the commissioners actively advocate for the approval of the project. So thank you for the time and the consideration.
Thank you, Lionel.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next up is Joe Forcier. Hope I got that right.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I live at 5857 Nebraska Avenue, directly across the street from the ECC, close to where the cut will be for the new parking lot, and likely down the right field line from the baseball diamond. I'm a little bit dismayed as a neighbor with some of the commentary from some of my fellow citizens in the area, assuming that we're somehow opposed to the betterment of children's education or their sports activities. That couldn't be farther than from the truth. I assume noble intent. On behalf of Maret, I have 2 children that I raised in this neighborhood, and we used Maret facilities, and we're very grateful for that, for the Stoddard soccer and for basketball. So I know that they've done good work for the community and for their students. However, we're talking about an area that is very congested from the standpoint of neighboring houses, and is home to a small area that has been quiet and bucolic for the last better part of 80 years. It hasn't been developed. So it's change that people are trying to come to grips with. And what I'm sensing to a degree is there's a lack of communication that needs to take place. It needs to be clearer and more transparent in order to help the neighbors understand how we're going to be impacted. And I just can't stress that enough. This will be permanent and irrevocable for the neighboring houses, for the environment, for the habitats of the animals, the trees, the water runoff. All of these issues need to be addressed in a forthright manner. And I know we can do it as a community. I fully support the Friends of the Field and Bruce Sherman especially. And I know he's working with you, Randy Speck. And I'm sure that we can overcome some of the differences that we have through better communication and transparency. And I will leave my remarks with that because I think we have no other choice than to try to collaborate and be better neighbors to one another. Some of the commentary is a little bit too focused on advocacy and not on trying to understand each other's concerns. And so with that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay, Crystal Wright, please.
Crystal, if you could raise your hand. I didn't see her in the chat. I don't know if she's still on or under a different name.
Let's go on and see if she can join us.
Okay.
Okay, after Crystal Wright comes William Liebner.
Hi, my name is William Liebner. I live at 3701 Northampton Street, a couple blocks away from the ECC. I've lived in Washington, D.C. my entire life. I am a Maret alum and am here to strongly support this project. I have no skin in this game other than as a community member and a neighbor at this point, and I think it would be a fantastic addition to our neighborhood. Frankly, it's a no-brainer to me. I think the plan fits really well within the fabric of the neighborhood itself. I think, I heard some concerns earlier about the scope and scale of this project. Frankly, I think that it is pretty muted and reasonable relative to what is currently on the site, and would provide, more importantly, a fantastic opportunity for kids, not only Maret students, but the different organizations and community members and citizens of the city that would be able to use this facility. I would hope that as a neighborhood, as a forward-thinking neighborhood, we could all get on board with that and support that because that's the type of neighborhood that I want to live in, frankly, moving forward. Some of my concern, frankly, you would think hearing some of the opposition to this, that Maret is proposing to build like a casino at this site. It's a very, very reasonable field facility that, like I said, tons of community members can use. And I'll say that prior to moving to Chevy Chase, DC, I lived a block and a half from Maret for about 15 years of my life. It's fantastic to be a neighbor of Maret. there is no community concern that goes unturned from the Maret administration and won't in this particular instance moving forward. And I think having a facility like this would be a tremendous addition to the neighborhood. My wife and I want to build a family here. It would be a great thing for our kids to be able to go play Thanksgiving football at a field like this and to have a facility like this. We should all be supporting something like this in our neighborhood. And frankly, I hope more of us do moving forward because it's an eminently reasonable and an admirable project and a win-win for everyone. So I hope we can all get on board.
Thank you, Will.
Okay, next is, excuse me, next is Jan Sherman.
Jan, please raise your hand.
Oh, I'm here. It's Jane.
Oh, there you go. It's
Yeah.
Bruce.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm with you. Sorry, I signed up when I didn't know I was going to be a panelist. But anyway, I do have something particular to say. So it's great to be in an ANC meeting again. I've brought many Troop 52 scouts to the community center to watch the ANC in action for their citizenship in the community badges. My name's Jane Sherman. I live on Nebraska Avenue, directly across from the proposed development. My family would be personally and materially affected by the proposed operation. I've joined with over 200 of my neighbors who make up Friends of the Field to give voice to our communal concerns. I've lived for 25 years and raised 3 children here and have traveled extensively throughout the district to attend their various sporting events, including Stoddard Soccer and Cap City Baseball. The proposed development at ECC is just completely out of keeping with existing fields. To wedge such a facility into that space with the size of its fields and the proposed intensity of its use is unprecedented in the district. At the last Maret open house, I raised this concern and was assured by the Maret team that their proposal was similar to the Raymond Rec Center. A quick look at the 2 sites on Google Earth makes plain that there is no comparison. The Raymond site is flat. The ECC site has been noted, has a 35-foot change in grade, which will necessitate deep cuts and towering retaining walls, fencing, and netting. Raymond has dwellings across one alley on one side. The ECC site, in addition to a line of residences across 2 alleys, has 5 directly contiguous homes. Raymond is a public field, open to community use, while Maret, to this point, is offering only very limited access to neighboring families and their children. The area around Raymond is zoned RF1 and RA2, allowing for a greater density of use, including 2-family homes and small apartment buildings, while the site at ECC is right in the middle of an R1B neighborhood. My belief that the proposal is unprecedented and totally inappropriate is, however, based on the limited information we've received so far. So I'm agreeing with my other members, so I'll bring this to a close, that it's critical for us to have a 3D model so we can really understand what this proposal suggests.
Okay, and thank you, Jane. You guys got a twofer on this one. Okay, that is the end of that panel. So are there any questions from commissioners?
Okay, if there are no questions, we can go on to the next panel, I think.
Next panel, Tom Downs, Jill McNeil, Des Hogan, Sierra Rosenbeck, and Jennifer Moulton Post.
Did Tom Downs raise his hand? Did Mr. Rosenbeck raise his hand? There you go. Okay, I think I got everybody.
Okay, Tom Downs is first.
Hold it, I don't have sound. I mean, he doesn't.
Mr. Downs, are you muted?
No?
Okay, we can hear you.
Can hear you.
Okay. Commissioners, my name is Tom Downs. I live at 3035 Oliver Street. My kitchen and dining area look directly at the entrance to the field and to the baseball diamond. I've been a resident of this house since 1977. I've been an admirer of the ECC for all of those years. I'm kind of an editorial comment. I spent 40 years in public life, and one of the things that I learned early was complete transparency when you're dealing with a community is always the best road to take. People who don't understand what's going on have a tendency to assume the worst. I'm going to talk a bit about traffic as part of this. We know that Maret and their engineering consultants have submitted estimated traffic data to DDOT to make to have DDOT make a recommendation on any transportation measures. That data is not available to the members of the community about what the forecasts are for traffic. People just assume that it's not going to be healthy. I'd strongly encourage the release of that data to the neighbors. The issue of a single point of access to the site for both ingress and egress on Nebraska raises the question about overlap between teams. At peak season, it is possible to have 4 teams backed up, 2 teams waiting to finish a game and get off, and 2 teams waiting to get on. Everybody knows sports events are not stopwatch events. The solution to that needs to be a 30-minute gap in field time to allow for offloading of a team and a new loading of the new teams.
Can you wrap it up, Tom?
I certainly can. The data on engineering a crosswalk at the entrance to this field is really important about safety. The road carries a lot of both bikes and pedestrians, and we need more information about what this thoroughfare will be carrying upon its completion.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, Jill McNeil.
Yeah, hi. I'm Jill McNeese. I live on Nebraska. Pardon? Yes,
I
McNeese.
mispronounced your name, sorry.
No problems. I live on Nebraska Avenue, right across from the ECC. I've lived there for 25 years. I'm a friend of the field, and I also consider myself a friend of ECC. Maret's plan to build this multi-sports complex at ECC would be severely environmentally damaging, and many in my community share this concern. We're talking about nearly 5 acres of land that's now grassy, wooded, and most importantly, permeable, would be made impermeable. Topsoil would be ripped out. The site would be heavily excavated, regraded to flatten it out, trees removed. And the bottom line is that water that was once absorbed on site will be flushed into the city's storm sewer system through pipes and surface runoff. DC can't handle the current stormwater load, and this will increase it tremendously in the surrounding area during intense weather events. I want to note that DCC recently invested in installing permeable pavers in the alleys adjacent to and near the ECC field, and there are even rain gardens to capture stormwater runoff and manage that rain. And this plan to harden the field and cover much of it with plastic turf will undo this investment. DC regulations don't address the volume of runoff. That doesn't mean we shouldn't care about it. Environmentalists consider stormwater runoff to be the #1 pollution problem in the country. We need to take it seriously. And Maret's plan would radically increase stormwater runoff in the surrounding areas. So my questions, why is Maret's plan predicated only on 15-year storms when we've seen in recent years rainfalls that are way in excess of that? And what's going to happen when we have that kind of precipitation? Where's the water going to go? And importantly, is Maret planning to indemnify downstream residents, the ones who live on 28th Street, who will be getting all of this stormwater? We need more details so we can understand how developing the fields would affect our environment and the stormwater runoff situation.
Can you wrap it up, please, Jill?
I'm done.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Des Hogan.
Thank you very much for having me tonight. My name is Des Hogan. I speak in support of the ECC field project. I come to you as a neighbor who has lived on Rittenhouse Street for about 20 years with my family. And I also come to you as a longtime advocate of youth sports here in DC. I've coached baseball and soccer and flag football and basketball for well over a decade in this city. And I also served for many years on the board of directors of Cap City Little League. As the Cap City Little League board member, I was in charge of getting field permits and field maintenance for the entire league. And I know firsthand there is an absolute field crisis in our city. Our youth sports leagues and schools have more demand, way more demand than we have a field supply in our city. We have all failed our community in providing space for kids that is safe and is adequate to house the sporting and outside play that they want to do so desperately. And while I support the Maret project, I do urge us as a community to try to have more use of the field available to youth sports teams and the community members who want to come onto the field and throw balls and otherwise exercise outside with their kids. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now we're trying to reach Thierry Rosenbeck. We ever reach that person?
You can go ahead, take yourself off mute. You're muted.
It's down in the bottom bar on the left. There's a speak.
Okay. Sorry, I got it. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this event. I've prepared my statement to make it brief. My name is Terry Rosenheck. I've enjoyed living at 5723 Nebraska Avenue Northwest since 1991. We moved here attracted by having our son attend Lafayette and growing up in this kid-friendly neighborhood. I'm also planning to age here well into the future. Our home looks out on ECC. I will point out that until now, ECC has not been on our radar. However, I have enjoyed having the pastoral view and the quiet of the field. I'm concerned that the Maret proposal will radically disrupt ECC and should it be approved by the ANC. I support concerns that have been raised by friends of the field. One of my many concerns is related to parking. Unfortunately, we are not privy to the information we would need to best ascertain what will actually happen to parking on the streets surrounding the ECC field. Currently, parking for our friends and incidental contractors is not a problem. But the BZA application is clear that the overflow parking shall be possible year-round in front of the houses surrounding the ECC property. The BZA application is vague at making predictions of how much and when parking by the Maret Sports Complex users is likely to spill over on our streets. We welcome it when people who come to visit us drive and park at our homes. However, parking outcomes on the streets related to visiting a community of single-family homes is different from parking related to attending a heralded high school sports events for the many sports being considered at the complex. I believe many of our neighbors don't know how much to be concerned about the Maret proposal. I don't know how much to be concerned. I cannot provide reliable input to our ANC to approve this plan until full information is provided to all our ANC residents, until full information and sufficient time for our residents to properly evaluate the consequences of the built sports complex is provided. I believe ANC should withhold this approval for the sake of our future in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Jennifer Moulton Post.
Hi, this is Leslie Moulton Post, and I'm here with Jennifer, and we are new to the neighborhood. We're at 5715 Nebraska, just half a block away from the field. And we're speaking tonight to say that we too feel that the level of development proposed for the field is too dense and too intense. While we're supportive of our neighborhood doing its part to serve the community with ball fields, and we support private property rights, it's striking the level of development that is proposed for this 5-acre site. And I appreciate the role that the ANC has in trying to broker better land use compatibility for these types of exceptional, accepted types of land uses that are trying to fit into a single family neighborhood. So I ask that you, as you are, look carefully at the level of development, and that you condition the project to impose clearer setbacks of undeveloped space. There was some comment in the previous meeting that we attended with the council member that there was a retaining wall and 4 feet between that and the property line. That's insufficient. We need larger setbacks, and would love to see some of the mature trees retained as screening buffers so that this truly fits in and is more compatible with the neighborhood. I think the neighbors and the ANC would greatly benefit from having the 3D model so that we can all really see the intensity and the impact of the development and how you might be able to condition this proposal before it goes forward for approval. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Okay, that completes panel 5.
Commissioner questions? Lisa.
I have one question. Can anyone from ECC talk about the stormwater runoff issue?
I think it's probably Trey who's going to be the better person for Maret to talk about that.
Sure, I'm happy to talk about that. So right now, the site currently doesn't have any stormwater management. One of the things that we learned early on, we were walking the site, this is probably in the springtime, and Claudia actually flagged us down and said, you know, whatever you do, you got to help me fix this water runoff into my yard, because currently when there's lots of rain, the water runs off into those houses on 28th Street. So one of the things we definitely did is we got our engineers in to take a look at that, sat down with Claudia, like, look, we've really got to make sure we take care of this stormwater management piece of this project. Turf fields now, just to kind of make it clear for everybody, are very different than the AstroTurf of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. They're actually very different from synthetic fields of 10 years ago. Now you can make them out of wood infill and not rubber infill. which is what we actually have on our field behind our school. It's a wood infill that doesn't create a heat island. So when you read about heat islands, it's from those rubber pellets and the sun beating down on that rubber. That's not what we're planning for the site. And these fields are permeable. So the water goes into them, it soaks through the field, and then that water is captured and then deposited into the proper drains into the city system. So, current condition is there's no stormwater management on the field. When we build the field, there will be stormwater management. The water will be captured and directed to the correct places. In terms of the storms that we are planning for, we can't freelance the Department of the Environment guidelines. They have things that you have to meet. We meet those. In certain cases, we have talked with them about seeing how we can exceed their requirements that they have. But by all means, we're going to meet the requirements. They're the folks that are the experts on the stormwater runoff in the city, and we follow their guidance. So that's what we're looking to do.
Thank you.
Bruce, once the commissioners have asked their questions, I'll get to you. Just a second.
Thanks.
Trey, just to follow that up, I always like a plan. Do you guys have a actual stormwater management plan, or is it just pretty much following the regulations imposed by DOEE?
I'm pausing because our engineers probably knows exactly kind of what he would call the documents that we have. So we have, it's called a site utility plan.
Okay.
And so it lays out, there's this level of gravel here. Here's where the drainage, how the drainage pipes kind
that's
of
what I'm
go.
looking for.
Yeah. So we do have that, and have had a preliminary review of it. That was included. The initial version was included in our BZA application. We've since made updates to it since as we've been making adjustments to the site layout. So that will be part of an updated BZA submittal that we have, but we do have that.
Okay.
Lisa, I just asked Trey today for a copy of whatever they presented to DOEE last week, and also asked for the names of the DOEE reviewers so that we can contact them and talk directly to them about the plan or the documents that Maret has given them.
That would be helpful. My other suggestion, Randy, is maybe after we go through this rant, I would really like to walk the site myself.
Sure.
And kind of get an idea of some of these questions that are being posed by the community, and I'm a visual person, so that would help me a lot to walk it. So maybe at some point, if you guys can coordinate that for the commission, that would be really
sure. I know John and Connie and I have certainly walked the field, and so I'm sure that can be arranged.
Yeah, I would like to do it after hearing from the community, because walking it with their questions and comments in mind is going to be really helpful.
Can I just add, Randy, that we have been developing what people saw in September was a concept, but with the conversations with the neighbors and everybody else, we continue to work on and transparently change what we have proposed to take into account all of the different recommendations that we have had. And so it wasn't until December 15th when we came up with the actual plan that we could do and ask our landscape architects to do the 3D model, which we're working on, that will be done by the end of this month. We're still working on the parking and other issues as we hear from DDOT and others. So this is an evolution, which we are trying to be totally upfront where we are at any moment. We also are going to continue to do office hours with different experts, our landscape architects, anybody else that people can come into, and we will let John and Randy know every time we have those office hours to answer more globally the questions.
Peter?
Just very quickly, Tom Downs asked about traffic estimates that have that he said you have, but you haven't disclosed could somebody on the Maret ECC team just address that issue?
That's Trey, I think, again.
Yeah, sure. So our CTR, our comprehensive traffic review, is going to be submitted next week. We're just getting that tightened up. And certainly that will be released to everybody. It's a public document. We committed to that last week. The scoping document, I think, is something we handed off. We're happy to post that as well, so people can use or can see the information that was used to complete the comprehensive traffic review. We'll put that out there, Randy, in a way that you and John thinks makes sense. If you want to post that to the ANC website, whatever you think with that scoping document.
Okay.
Yeah, you did give us the scoping document, and I sent it to Friends of the Field last week, I think, or something like that. I can't remember.
Great.
Okay, Bruce, you want to?
Yeah, well, just on that very point, I just want to note that the scoping document we did receive, we appreciate receiving that. I believe it's dated from August of last year. So as Trey's indicating, there's a lot of updated information, which we hope to receive, as he's indicating, next week with the updated plan they've submitted to DDOT. On the question of the artificial turf, as our Maret colleagues know, we've been asking about exactly what kind of artificial turf would be used on the field. And we've been told, and I'm happy to provide or receive now any updated information from Maret on this, that they would not know necessarily what type of a specific artificial turf would be used until possibly after the BZA hearing. And as a consequence of that, as we're trying to evaluate exactly what would be used to understand the specifications and the use history of such turf, it's very important to know that as soon as possible, certainly not after the BZA hearing. But again, if there's an update from the Maret side on that, we'd certainly be happy to receive it.
Bruce, let me be really clear about this. We did put in what artificial turf we've used at Maret and also at Jolliffe in the last 16 months. And that is what we are presently thinking about. However, having been involved with fields for a long time, things continue to change and evolve and even get better. So we haven't contracted with anybody, but if you're interested in what we're presently considering, it is what we had put in and answered earlier on, exactly what kind of turf we're looking at, which is permeable, that has a lot of environmental soundness to it, that allows for really good water management. So we'll be glad to restate that group and let you look at that, but we're not at the position to contract with somebody until we're closer to the time, because it changes and evolves and we want the best product out there.
Well, given that this is, of the total 5 acres, 3.7 acres of this site, we understand would be covered with artificial turf, I think we can all probably agree that it's imperative to understand exactly what kind of turf is going to be used.
But let's not get into a back and forth here. We're not going to debate it at this meeting. So, okay. Any other commissioner questions? All right. Before we go to the next panel, do commissioners want to take a 5-minute break? And others as well. Okay, I'm going to put my timer on for 5 minutes, and we'll resume in exactly 5 minutes. Okay. we still have about 75 people on the call who are not commissioners and have to be here. So we appreciate your sticking with us through this. We'll resume in just a couple of seconds. Okay. I'll put up a warning sign here. I may have a technical problem here because I run my meetings on my iPad, and it's using energy faster than I can charge it. And so I'm getting down to low charge here. So hopefully we'll make it to the end of the meeting. And we've got things to do other than just the ECC Maret. So let's see if we can wrap this up as quickly as possible. We're ready for the next panel.
Yep.
John?
Next panelists are JP Dowd, Stephen Bocanera, Karen Pierce, Molly Bryant, and Shep Ranburn.
You can, everybody raise your hands. Thank you. I think we have everyone.
Okay. JP, you want to begin?
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you again for holding this. My wife, Kara, and I live on Tennyson Street, a couple blocks away from ECC. We've been here for over 20 years, have raised 4 kids who've attended Lafayette. And as everyone has said, full disclosure, we do have a couple of kids at Maret. But I just can't say, first off, how much we both strongly support this proposal. It's remarkable to us, the
Sorry, JP, we've lost you. You froze.
Oh, no. Yep.
JP, we can't hear you.
They just left. Let's
Okay,
move on
well,
to the next one.
Let's go to the next panelist.
Stephen Bocanera.
Hi, it's Stephen Bocanegra. Thank you. Again, my name is Stephen Bocanegra. I live at 5931 Utah Avenue, which is the property immediately adjacent to ECC and the proposed Maret locker room. I'm wanted to raise a specific question and concern that I'm raising in this setting because I think it has direct applicability to a question that many of my neighbors have, and that's the nature of the dialogue with Maret and ECC part of this project and Zoom, or if this goes forward. You know, when my wife and I first heard about the project, we were initially supportive in principle, of course, wanting to know facts. And we had some concerns like many of our neighbors, but we wanted to get data and gather information so that we could make an informed judgment. Concurrent to the proposal that we heard from Maret, my wife and I were also seeking to close a public alley that's on the property between our property and ECC. It's not a public alley in the traditional sense. It's a very narrow strip of land, approximately 4 feet in width, that runs from Utah Avenue to the back alley. And in seeking to close the alley, we're hoping to legally recognize what has been a de facto reality for this property for at least 70 plus years. If you go to the GIS website for DC, you can see that it's really been part of this property for 70 plus years. There's a 70-year-old oak in the front yard. We spoke to the city about this, and they informed us that it was a fairly straightforward process. particularly because the alley has no public utilities. It's not used for public. It's if you're to walk by it, all the fencing aligns with that alley looking like it's part of our official property. And in fact, if that alley wasn't there, the front of our house would get as close to 1 foot near the property line. When we engaged Maret initially on this, they pose any concerns, but have we thought we were having an ongoing dialogue about this and other issues that we had, and we thought it was productive and we wanted it to be productive. But we heard last week, surprisingly, that because we had signed the initial letter from the Friends of the Field that had just questions, it wasn't a letter of opposition, but it was questions posed to Maret about the use of the field and seeking some data again so we can make an informed decision. But because we had signed that letter, that they were going to oppose our proposal outright. Again, that's contrary to what we had initially discussed and understood from them. It surprised us in part because when we spoke to Maret locally, or when they came to our house and to our neighbors and discussed the property, they encouraged us to submit questions that we had so that we can make an informed decision. It also surprised me.
Stephen, your time's expired, but I understand you've got a different kind of problem here.
Yeah.
Can we address that in a separate forum? I mean, we can talk to you individually about that.
Really 10 seconds. My question is, I am confused now by the tenor of the conversation and whether or not we can expect the dialogue with Maret to be one where we can gather data, information, and have an ongoing dialogue. I think that's important not only for the proposal, but going forward if it's to proceed. That's it.
Okay, at the end of the panel, we'll ask Maret to respond.
Next up is Karen Pierce.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you. My name is Karen Pierce. My husband, Tony, and I have lived on Chestnut Street in Hawthorne for 23 years, and we have 3 teenage daughters who all graduated from Lafayette, and 2 of them went on to Maret. They all played soccer starting in pre-K or kindergarten, and I was in carpools shuttling dozens of children from this neighborhood to other parts of the city to play soccer after they were about 6. And we were always amazed that there was not, a soccer field in our neighborhood with goals where they could play or practice. And so as many others do, I think there would be a huge benefit to our neighborhood from having particularly a soccer field. We have other baseball fields in the neighborhood. We don't have a soccer field. We don't have a soccer field with goals. And there was nowhere even to just go practice when they wanted to do that. But I also wanted to turn back to something we talked about at the very beginning of this, which is the Episcopal Center. My husband, Tony, who now manages the DC office of his firm and was a former president of the Washington Board of Trade, was born here, grew up in River Terrace, but his very first position on a board as a young lawyer was at the Episcopal Center. And that's really where he started that kind of service and learned what it meant to be on a board. And he's gone on to serve on a variety. He's been the head of the Legal Aid Society. He moved out of the city, but came back in. And that really was important to him and is an important thing to our family. And so the ECC, in addition to serving the children that it serves, and a lot of places that serve those children have closed, really grows and benefits the city and the community. We also have a goddaughter who was a student at GW and got her master's degree in special education through a fellowship at the ECC. And she taught there until it closed and she had to find a job somewhere else. And I talked to her about this, and she did want to emphasize that it's kind of unique, the children that ECC serves. There are other places that serve children with special needs, but not the particular complex kind of needs that the kids there have. And they don't just help those children, they're developing teachers. She was able to get her own place in the city as a young teacher and stay here and live here because she didn't have financial aid, to get her master's. And so I wanted to, thank the center and just, bring us back to really thinking about all that they do and how this deal is really going to support, in addition to fields and the neighborhood, all that important work.
Thank you.
Question, Randy. Karen, where do you live again? I didn't catch it at the beginning.
I live on Chestnut Street, 3214 Chestnut Street in
Thank you so
Hawthorne.
much. Thank you.
Sure.
Molly Bryant.
Was she promoted?
Can we go back to Dowd? Let him finish while you're trying to promote the other one.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'll try and reclaim my minute and 30. Apologies on, I don't know what happened. Anyway, as we were saying, we fully support the project and just look forward to all this discussion. I guess on the flip side, we're a little taken aback just being strong supporters of the community and inclusiveness and ECC and everything, to hear things that are said like multi-sport complex, no collaboration, unprecedented use. I guess I would just like to hear from the commissioners. You've been through a lot of these before. If you could tell us, I mean, Maret presented this in September before they even filed the plan, has had ad nauseum, it seems to me, discussions and meetings with people, taken in, you know, we've even heard today that they were listening to Claudia. They made a change. Seems like they're getting criticized for that. The commissioners, you've been through so many of these. I'd love to just hear feedback at the end as to whether you think that this has been a rushed or not inclusive process, and whether Maret has been responsive to this, because it seems to us that it has been. And if Trey could maybe walk through how many iterations Maret has been through on this, and certainly seems willing to do more in the future. So thanks very much. And I got to say in close, I got a kick out of the Friends of the Field. Tip of the hat to Bruce, the PR exec, for coming up with that. It's a nice, slick name, but boy, just listening to all this, I might call it move the goalposts or something like that. But I'd love to hear from the commissioners if you do think that this has really not been an inclusive process. Thank you.
And we want to go to Molly.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Molly Bryant, and I'm here as a parent of a former student who used to attend ECC. Good evening, everyone. ECC left a lasting impression on Daquan and myself. Daquan acquired de-escalations with, hold on, I'm sorry, with skills. Hold on for 1 second. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a problem with my signal. I'm sorry, my phone. Apologize. Okay. Daquan acquired de-escalations skills, which helped him manage his frequent outbursts. The bond that was shared between the support staff and the teachers facilitated healthy listening techniques. The entire staff was gentle and caring to the students, and he formed a relationship with his counselor, Miss Brenda, who truly understood him and cared about his welfare. As a, excuse me, I'm sorry. As a whole, ECC had counseling sessions that included parents, something I had never experienced before. I met 1 hour weekly to strategize, behave, and to help Daquan become more, to become more a more effective listener. The professionalism and warmth I felt every time I entered the building. Also, Daquan learned to engage in meaningful conversations during family style dining, where Chef Stephen was an amazing cook, and the food was creative and healthy and delicious. To end this, I want to say Daquan met and formed friendships at ECC, which lasted, one friendship, 9 years. They often share good times at ECC, a friendship which will last a lifetime. Daquan learned to be a team player and how to swim. Thank you for letting me share this.
Thank you, Molly.
Okay, the last person on this panel is Shep Ranburn.
Randbaum, thank you. I live at 6008 Utah Avenue, which is not very far from the field. It's a few blocks. I'm not directly affected. Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a lot of things have been said. There's one thing that I think hasn't been said, which is the fact that there is a school near here that has a big field. And then, St. John's High School, there's a lot of noise and there's a lot of parking that comes from that. They have a lot of big games there. And I think that that's something that needs to be paid attention to, particularly, when these big games, may overlap or whatever. The buffer zone is something that's very important. St. John's benefits because it's on the park and it really doesn't have houses. There's only houses on one little end of it. But this is a very different situation. And the other thing, and I hate to be unpopular about this, but I have Maret has a tremendous reputation. And I just want to raise this because as I think about and as I've heard about what's going on, what it seems to me is that there's building a very large footprint here. And there is a lease app. They're leasing land to all of these all of these sports leagues, which is a good cause, but it may be that you want to limit some of that because the traffic into the neighborhood or whatever. I'm just saying that I'd like to know more about the reason and how much money is coming from the leases and what that money is going to be used by Maret to do. I would rather see this go to kids that don't have leagues from other parts of the city that could be brought here, or like groups like Horizons that isn't an organized league that will bring, just constant traffic and noise through the neighborhood. And I would really love to see some use like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes panel 6.
Commissioners have questions?
Well, could we just ask Trey or Marjo to address the first speaker's remarks? I mean, the implication seemed to be that sort of there was some sort of heavy-handed dealing because of questions raised about the project. It doesn't sound like anything we've heard so far. So could you address that?
It may be need to hear from Stephanie too, from ECC, because I think what he said was that someone from ECC told them this, rather than someone from Maret. But Marjo, you want to respond first?
Let me just start. I really thank Stephen and his wife for bringing us over to their house, and then we went over to the neighbor's house to talk about this. I have no idea what he is referring to. Certainly we want to be transparent. We do not want to ice anybody who's voicing issues or concerns. I know that we talked about the former quote alley that was between his house and ECC that they're trying to not have to deal with, and we've been supportive of that. I have no idea, really what he's talking about. So Stephen, I offered to have you call me so we can understand what the issues are. But again, we have no intention of blocking somebody or blackmailing somebody on this kind of thing. So thank you for raising it and let us know how we can respond.
Stephen, before we hear from you, if we could hear again from Stephanie, or I think probably Stephanie's the right person, if she can shed any light on this.
I don't know any if this is the first I've heard of it. Stephen, did you implicate ECC or say
it was the Maret attorney who's representing ECC and Maret for the project conveyed that to us last week.
So again, I'm sure that our attorney and your attorney should talk, but I'm also more than welcome to talk to you directly. But I have no knowledge of anything that you had noted.
That's great to hear, because I thought we were having a productive dialogue and it was really concerning.
Absolutely. And I want to say that because of that conversation on Utah Street, we made many different changes. We changed where the dumpster was going to be so that, you know, it wasn't right at the end of your alley. We moved it into the interior space. We've made a lot of adjustments to our plans because of those really good and helpful conversations. So I look forward to talking to you directly.
Great, we will do that. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Marjo.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything from commissioners? Anything else for this panel? Okay, we can go, I think, John, to the last panel.
Panel 7 has 4 members. Brandon Newland,
Randy,
Michael.
Yes,
I just
Michael.
wanted to say, I just wanted to make one observation on the last panel, which is that Molly's comment about the value that ECC brought to her family is something that can't be lost in this conversation. I know we've been talking a lot about buffers and trees and the composition of a field, but it's important to keep in mind too that what we're talking about here is sustaining the programming of the ECC, which is an incredibly valuable asset to the special needs community of Washington, D.C. And I just think that as we evaluate the criteria by which we will make an evaluation, that we don't forget that this is as important a component of this proposition as is the other parts that we've been spending most of our time this evening speaking about.
Stephanie, do you want to say something then?
I did. I really just wanted to thank Molly and just, you know, especially given the hour. And what Molly neglected to mention is that she also lives on Utah. So she's actually a part of this ANC. And I think there was an earlier meeting that I mentioned that it was my concern that most of these testimonies, if you will, of students and families that benefit from the ECC do not get to be on these type of calls and, you know, have a voice on this type of platform. So I really applaud Molly for being able to do that and to stay on for this. I guess this is did we break the record on the ANC?
Very close, very close.
I really just,
We're getting there. It's a new year. You can try new things.
And thank you, Michael, for highlighting that.
Connie?
I just wanted to make very clear again, I know it came up earlier, Stephanie, you were asked directly, you know, this lease with Maret will allow you to restart your programming, correct? And can you tell us just a little bit more about how many children would benefit, and would it be every year from the fall of this year forward with this lease?
Oh, absolutely. Our hope, Connie, thank you for that question, would be to start in the fall of 2022. And we would be coming back smaller. I mean, we'd been gone for a little over 2 years now, and it would be important for us to have a smaller start. So we're looking at maybe about 25 students. When we left ECC and took our pause, we were at 43 students. In the past, we were able to serve up to 50 students. Most of the students are from the district. However, we also serve students in Virginia and Montgomery County as well. But particularly, it's important for our district students because there is no other school like ours at this point, with the exception of one that has a slightly different population. But frankly, when we left, 2 other schools like ours that are non-publics also left the community. So again, behind funding, we're losing the opportunity in this gap in service for not just special needs children, but children that have emotional disability as well. We're talking about physical and social emotional needs, in addition to their academic and differences in learning. So absolutely, it would be an opportunity for now. And, you know, this lease is a very long lease, as we've talked about. So for us, it's a sustainable income that would have ECC, I think someone said a lifeline. It would be a lifeline for us for a very long time, and for the district, where these students are being bused now to Virginia and Maryland facilities because there is not a school like ours in DC.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we want to go to the last panel then, John?
So this panel is four people, Brandon Newlands, Elizabeth Miller, Candace Campbell, and Kathy Abrazetti.
Everyone can raise their hand. Let's see, that's Brandon, Elizabeth Miller. I don't think anyone else is, I think they've all dropped
I
off.
know.
I'll do the other one.
Elizabeth told me she probably was not going to make it till the end.
Okay.
And we asked her a question before.
In the chat, Joel Velasco says that he signed up to speak. John, do you have him on your list?
What is the name?
Joel Velasco, Velasco. But he hasn't been placed on a panel, he says.
Well, let's put him up. If I missed it, I apologize.
So Joel, if you could raise your hand, then Lisa can promote you to panelists.
Also, Michael, I don't know if this person is supposed to speak or if he. So what I would recommend is let's finish up with this last panel and then ask other community members to raise their hand.
Yep.
So that way we get our panels done and then go on with the rest of the community.
Agreed with that.
Okay.
Let's do that.
All right. So Brandon, you're up.
Yes. Thank you for allowing everybody to voice their concerns and questions this evening. I live at 5606 Nebraska Avenue, so a little bit, maybe a block and a half away from the school. I'm a frequent walker of the neighborhood, though. I know the property pretty well. I applaud the mission of ECC, and it appears that this project allows for a great marriage with Maret. And from what I've heard and the information that I've been able to obtain, it sounds like we're really looking a gift horse in the mouth. Maret is a great brand it's a top-notch institution in the city. And what I haven't heard much about are the alternatives. And from what I understand, and this is a question to the commissioners, my understanding is that the land itself, which currently is fallow, and it's been in that state for a while, and it looks pretty vacant, like a vacant lot, but it can be used for development of only certain types of educationally related or community-based developments. And the other alternatives are senior living or housing, which could be much more densely, I guess it'd be a dense property use of the land. So now we're looking at a proposal with, from what it sounds, Maret is bending over backwards to work with the community, and I have no doubt it would be an A+ addition to the neighborhood. But the alternatives could be a much larger development project, one that has housing, which obviously would result in greater concerns with respect to environmental, water runoff, traffic, so on and so forth. So maybe if there could be some explanation of what could happen if Maret, if this project isn't granted or approved. Living in the neighborhood also, I heard some concerns about traffic related to games and use of the fields, but we also have St. John's right around the corner. And St. John's is a nationally ranked athletic powerhouse that has a multi-million-dollar field donated by a billionaire. I've never noticed any real concerns or traffic issues, safety issues with respect to this.
Can you wrap it up, Brandon?
Sure. And I just don't see Maret, not to downplay their athletic department, but they aren't as followed as, say, St. John's. So I think those concerns are not that big of an issue. But in conclusion, thank you for your time. I'd love to hear the feedback on those issues I raised. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, well, Elizabeth Miller, I guess she has dropped off. So that would be Candace Campbell coming up next.
She wasn't on as well. So the only, neither was Kathy. So the next person would be Joel.
Okay.
Well, I think we're coming down to the midnight hour, and many people are hanging on. My name is Joel Velasco. Our family has lived on 31st Place for nearly 15 years. Our two boys are students at Maret after starting at Lafayette. Our car, a lot has been said about pollution. Our car has logged a lot of miles shuttling kids around the DMV. And as a neighbor, I would like to see that we can just walk down the street. Regardless of your views or anybody's views about this project, I really would ask the ANC and the neighborhood to think about what this neighborhood should look like, or can look like, or could look like in 10, 15, 20 years. Yeah, many of us, probably not including myself, may not be living here, but someone will. And this area, Metropolitan Council of Governments will tell us that they project that DC's population by the end of this decade will probably increase close to 100,000 people. And by 2045, 2050, we could have 1 million DC residents. That means we must and we need to find a way to better utilize open spaces in an increasingly urban area. Wish as you may, but none of us will stop that population trend. We live in a city, in an urban area. This property, the ECC property, eventually maybe the ECC Maret property, will not remain as it is today. I took the picture of it the other day walking around. You may wish that this is a pristine area, but if you look a little closer, you will see that the trees are decaying, the trees are covered in ivy, the fence is rusted, and there's a sign, please no trespassing. If you care about the environment, then it's time to pony up money and give some of that to ECC so they can preserve at least what's left before it all rots away. I believe actually Maret is doing much more. They're providing resources so the ECC can continue or correct, as Stephanie said, restart its mission while ensuring that this open space is available for more people. No, not just the Maret students, but community people alike. If you want for things to stay as they are, I see the clock. You want to continue with a no trespassing sign, rusty fences, decaying trees, continue to oppose this project. But also know that the mission of ECC will not be fulfilled. Sorry, the kids in Ward 7 and 8 and other kids in this city will not get a lifeline. Parents will continue to travel around every corner of Montgomery County. And above all, get ready because some other change is coming to this space. It may be a high rise, it may be mixed use property, or it may just be abandoned property. I'll close in saying this Maret ECC partnership is the best opportunity to our neighborhood. Let's look beyond our own backyards and think about the community we live in. Thank you.
Bill, thank you for hanging with us. I apologize about the mix up on your appointment. I'll have to tell my appointment secretary about this, whose name happens to be John Higgins.
Do we want to bring up Commissioner Shrieky? I think Michael is wanted just like less than a minute. Could we elevate him?
Well, let's. Why don't we see if there's anybody else too?
Yeah, I'm gonna call Connie for everybody after this panel is done.
Yeah, let's finish this panel first. I wanted to hear from Stephanie, I think, about Brandon's question about what the alternatives are, because you I know had some experience with that right after you decided to pause your operations.
Indeed. Thank you, Randy, Commissioner Randy, and also Joel, because that was the case. There were calls with respect to buying as well as leasing, but the buying, the developers, was our biggest concern because we didn't feel, we meaning the board did not feel it aligned with ECC's mission and even what we felt might be best for the neighborhood. Things with the respect to building larger developments, housing developments, senior living came up, even another charter school in terms of a big school in that lot. I've heard a lot today about open greenery and open green space. That would not be the case if a school was sitting there beside our school. At the same time, we believed that this being open field and an opportunity for our children, the community's children, and Maret's children to utilize the field would be a better option. So yes, there were others, but Commissioner Randy, we felt that we did not want to sell the property. And when Maret approached us for a lease, it was an opportunity that gave this lifeline that we've been talking about this evening, an opportunity that we felt would benefit both sides. So yes, there were other options, including even an international call we got internationally as well. So I do think, I think it was Joel, what you said, that indeed a change is coming. What that is beyond Maret, I can't definitely say in this call, but I will definitely say that ECC is looking to reimagine our vision and return as early as this fall. So we are not going to waver from that. And I think it's important that we continue on the mission that we are with the proposed partnership with Maret.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners for this panel?
Randy, Claudia has her hand up, or had her hand up.
Okay, okay, Claudia, I can't see.
I just wanted to point out it is zoned for single family residence. And I think that that's just important in the dialogue. So people don't think we're getting a 30-story apartment building there. It is single family resident. I think that's fair.
Okay, let's see whether there are other attendees who have not spoken. Stephen had his hand up, and Michael Segari, I guess, is the next one. Anybody else? Stephen has already spoken. I don't know whether he wants to speak again.
Yeah.
I think we should probably just limit it right now to people who have not spoken previously.
He just lowered his hand.
Okay. And
Lee
Schenecker and Tom Quinn.
Yep.
Okay, and then we're gonna, that's gonna be the end of it, I think, tonight.
Let me get Lee promoted. Randy, you want to go or jump the other two while I'm trying to get Lee promoted?
Okay, we'll go ahead and with Michael.
Also Meredith Rathbone, the Boca Negras, who spoke earlier, the wife would like to speak. She said she signed up and would like to speak.
Okay, we can elevate her. Let's just, everybody try not to repeat what's been said before already. Okay.
Oh, so Lee declined, it looks like.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Michael?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. I know it's late and you're taking me as a non-constituent, so I really appreciate it. My name is Michael Streakey. I live in Palisades. I am a member of ANC 3D, but I'm here mostly in my capacity as a board member of DC Soccer Club, formerly Stoddard Soccer. Sorry, I've already forgotten. And I simply want to speak in favor of this BZA application. I do hope you end up supporting it. You may know that the great majority of our administrative staff's time is spent securing field space. This would make a major difference and have a positive impact on that. And I would also say, in my experience as a commissioner and with DCSC, that Maret is the exception, not the rule, in terms of working closely and proactively and in good partnership with organizations such as ours, in terms of being amenable to making its fields available to us. They have a very strong reputation with athletic organizations in that regard. Finally, as a commissioner, I might point out something. In my experience, trying to get community access onto private school fields, at least in our ANC area, is encumbered by the fact that so many campus plans are encumbered by conditions that limit community access to these amenities. And if I were in your shoes, I would simply, focus my energy on trying to maximize access for the community and for athletic organizations on this property, and not so much on measures that are intended to allay some of the concerns being raised by people who I doubt will end up supporting the project no matter what Maret does. So I appreciate the time. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tom Quinn, is he next up then?
Yeah.
Another commissioner.
Hi,
Yeah.
so full disclosure, thanks, Randy. Tom Quinn, I'm a ANC commissioner in 3E, just right across Reno Road from your ANC. Glad to follow Michael Shariki. My son plays DC Stoddard or DC soccer, travel soccer. And just to let you guys know, his home games, not his away games, his home games are in Germantown, Maryland. So all the folks expressing environmental concerns, the amount of gas that people are consuming to get to games all over the region because there's not adequate field space in the District of Columbia is incredible. And Michael kind of hit on this, but and this is going to put the ANC in the position of perhaps running at cross purposes with some of the neighbors, but the ANC really needs to execute a good agreement so this field is available, not just vague promises from Maret, but enforceable guarantees from Maret that they make this field available. I would suggest, for example, that Maret commits to renting the field space at the same rate schedule the DPR uses for its field. So it would, in effect, become an extension of the DPR fields and could be available in the same manner when Maret is not using the field space. I'll quickly also add, I'm kind of stunned at some of the comments that there aren't other DC recreational facilities adjacent to single family homes. It's actually the norm in the district that fields are immediately adjacent to single family homes. I mean, I could spend 5 minutes going over the field, Janney, Turtle Park, Palisades, Steed down in DuPont. There are 2 different rec centers up on Georgia Avenue that are immediately adjacent to homes. So it's the norm, not the exception, that recreational fields are adjacent to homes. I'm not really sure I understand the big objection to that. It's just people playing sports, but the suggestion from the neighbors that there's something exceptional about what's being asked here is simply not the case. But the final thing I really want to press this ANC for, and I apologize, I missed the first part of the meeting. I hope this ANC will take its oath to think of the interests of the entire city seriously and not support a deal with Maret unless Maret agrees to fully disengage and step back from their deal for the Jelliff playing fields in Georgetown. For those who aren't aware, Hardy Middle School gets bused every day over to Northeast to available DCPS fields, while a elite, expensive private school has a really poorly executed lease on the Jelliff fields that keeps a DC public school from using the field. So I think as part of this, a condition from this ANC should be that Maret completely renounces and no longer utilizes their lease on the Jelliff field down in Georgetown. You can actually do a huge good for the residents of the district and the Hardy Middle School community by forcing Maret to step away from that lease. So thank you guys for listening.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, we had one other, I believe. Is that
that might be me. This is Meredith.
yes?
Rath.
Okay, Meredith. Yes. Okay.
Great. Thanks for letting me speak as well. In addition to my husband, different topic. So, as Stephen mentioned, we're right next to the proposed restrooms and locker rooms. That building runs basically the entire length of our backyard and along the house. And We've been pretty quiet until today in these public meetings. We met with Maret. We shared our concerns with them. We're very grateful that they came by. We're really grateful about moving the dumpster. Thank you. Quite relieved to hear your comment today, Marjo, on the alley. But that said, I just wanted to raise some other concerns that we still have. We're hopeful that they can still be mitigated or at least partially mitigated. And wanted to be sure, especially that they're on the radar screen of the ANC working group or advisory committee as you're thinking through this, just like the curb cut and the water concerns and everything else. So I've heard a lot of people comment about how it's nice to see kids and hear them playing down the street, which is great. But for us, I'm concerned about the noise that's like 10 or 15 feet away. Kids out around, coming out of locker rooms, restrooms, things like that. There's just a lot of potential for very high foot traffic, very close to the edge of our yard. And right now, the only buffer is a chain link fence. So it's not the distant sounds, but it's just this very close kind of, somebody talking right outside. I can hear right now, sometimes at ECC, somebody's out there, they're speaking loudly. I can hear every word. Kids are loud as they should be. But it's really distracting when you're trying to work from home as I do or something like that. So I just wonder if there's any way to mitigate that, to use a different building that's not right next to somebody's house, or put a smaller toilet building somewhere that can be used separately, or build a wall between our house and that building to help a little bit. Anyway, that's it. I just wanted to raise those concerns, make sure they're on the radar screen of the ANC. You're very welcome. Lisa, you said you may do an in-person tour. You're welcome to come by. Let me know when. I'll leave the gate open for you, or just walk through, and really welcome continuing the dialogue. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Meredith. Okay, any commissioner questions for this panel? Okay, I think we're done.
I don't have a question, but Trey, I would like at some point to have you guys address Tom's issue about the field and the limits of use of the Jella field. And because, as I said earlier in one of my comments, one of the threads in the emails that I get is the complaining about that field. And so I want to understand that a little bit and see whether it's a portend of what might be the case with a relationship between ECC and you guys. But as I said, I don't know anything about it, but I hear.
Can I just add
Sure.
one thing about that, Michael? I'm happy to talk to you about that. The complaint about Maret and the field of Jellif is that we have these preferred permitting times. It's not the use of the field. It's not the volume on the field. It's the fact that Maret is there in the afternoons, and Hardy Middle School and many other schools would like those times. And even though we only have the Jella field for 10% of the time, it's a time that a lot of schools would like it. And we understand that need. We want to talk to the city. And if we have a field at ECC that fulfills our needs, we're more than willing to work with the city in terms of not using that field at that time. But it's not, in terms of Jellif, a question about the use. It's the question that people would like more field time because there's not enough fields in the city. But I'm happy to talk to you directly about it and to continue that conversation. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And I totally understand Tom's point. We've worked with Hardy. Hardy has gotten time that is in our preferred permitting time, because we understand that everybody who is in a school wants a field between 3:30 and 5:30 or 6 after school, which is why we're really looking for our own field for the next 50 years in partnership with ECC.
And Marjo, if you have that, I mean, that's definitely a conversation I would like to be a part of. If you're going to, I don't know if that's ANC or it's a separate offline conversation, but
Happy to have that conversation. Again, we're really proud of the fact that we developed this incredible field in Georgetown that so many people use. DC Soccer, everybody else, number of schools. It points to the lack of field space that's available. We also want to respect the neighbors that they do not want full-time use of field. We've never wanted lighting on the field because of the neighborhood, which actually Jellip has.
Okay, we've spent 3 hours on this topic tonight, and we are going to spend several other meetings on it as well. So I think we can end tonight's discussion. As I said, there's going to be plenty of other opportunities. We're going to have presentations by Maret, by ECC, and by the Friends of the Field. So we can have, and we'll have a lot of questions that we can ask then and get answers to. This was the first step in, or one of the steps, not the first step by any means, but it's one of the steps that we're doing to get to the point where we can make a recommendation. Hopefully we can reach an agreement with all the parties. If that's not possible, we can make a recommendation to the BZA on what to do with this.
Can I just add one thing, Randy?
Very briefly.
Very briefly, we would love to do office hours with different experts that you ask us to do so that people with specific issues can come into that.
We will certainly take advantage of that. You've already done 2 of those, and I know we can do more. Okay, I'm going to make a suggestion for the remaining substantive items on the agenda. It's 11 o'clock, after 11. Neither one of those items are time sensitive. One is the resolution about a senior wellness center in Ward 3. And we can consider that at our next meeting as easily as we can consider it tonight. There's no urgency on it. And the other one is just a report on the status of the community center, library, and affordable housing campus capital budget. And I can report on that at the next meeting as well. There's nothing urgent about that one either. Peter?
And let me just offer on my side to take the, until next meeting, take the Commissioner Respect resolution off the table too, so we can get,
okay.
We can, it'll last.
Yeah, we'll all still be here in 2 weeks.
Chaz may not. He may be reconsidering.
Well, thank you. First of all, thanks to all of the attendees, all of the people who were on the panels. They were fantastic. We really appreciated it. People respected the need to keep their comments short. I know how difficult that is. I've testified many times at the council, and it's very difficult to cut it down to 2 minutes, and they did a great job doing that. So we really appreciate that. And we appreciate the Friends of the Field being there, the Maret people, ECC, everybody was really terrific, and we really do appreciate that. Okay, so I would suggest that we just go directly to commission business and wrap that up so we can all go get a cup of coffee or something, or maybe a glass of wine.
Coffee. Time for tea. Coffee.
Okay, whatever your preferred drink is. Peter, I assume we still are going to wait for the minutes until next meeting too?
Yep.
Okay. John, do we have any checks that need
We
to be
have a check for Zoom reimbursement to Randy for $222.58. So I motion that we approve that.
Second.
All those in favor? 7-0. Okay.
We probably spent that much money this evening.
Yeah, on Zoom. Yeah. I mean, we went to the higher level so that we could have
it's
more
perfect.
participants, and it worked perfectly tonight. So,
yes.
Okay, Connie, you want to talk about the recruiting strategy, or is this something we could just do on emails or something?
You could just do it on email and we could report.
Okay. Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, so we'll report back.
Okay, the only other, there are the standard things that we have coming up for the next meeting, in addition to the 2 items that we're postponing. But there's also the grant applications that we'll vote on at next meeting, the 2 that we heard tonight. And then we'll have, we had an earlier discussion or earlier presentation on the Lisner Louis Dickerson Hurt Home and the expansion that they're doing there. Matt Fruman is asked to come again and ask us for our support on their application that they're making to the zoning commission. And I haven't confirmed with him that next meeting is the right one for that, but I think it probably is. So I'm going to check in with him again. And it's possible that he'll want to speak to us again about that. And it's also quite likely, I think, that we'll have something that we want to do with regard to Maret and the ECC field. That probably is going to be a recurring item on our agenda for subsequent meetings. And I do suspect that we're going to have 1 or more special meetings related to this. It's just there are too many issues and too many parties involved, and it's probably going to be wise to focus on that single issue at least 1 meeting.
Yeah.
But our objective, John and I are hoping that certainly by the end of February, we will have a resolution for the commission's consideration. And hopefully that will be a resolution of an agreement with Maret, ECC, and the parties, the neighbors, so that we can have an agreement going into the BZA so that there won't be a big fight there. That's our hope. So we'll work. John and I are working really hard on that.
Just to add to that, the schedule is for Maret to present on March. The hearing is March 9th. Maret has to present its final application 3 weeks before that. However, the ANC doesn't have to file anything to the BZA until 1 week before. So we have a kind of a 2-week period to assess the final proposal by Maret. But hopefully by that time, we'll have a lot of things nailed down. I just want to give you guys some idea of the time frame.
Okay, and we did set a record tonight, so I'll be proud of that, or ashamed of it. I don't know which. But thank you all for hanging in there. Yes, Lisa.
One thing for the agenda potentially at the next meeting is 6455 Barnaby Street, which is
oh, right.
special permit.
Right. What was the address again? 65 what?
6455.
455 Barnaby.
And I'll ask the commission to be flexible with that. They're still undergoing reviews of that permitting process. And me and Michael have talked with the guy at Matthew at the Public Space Committee. So I think they are still on track to have their meeting in February, but I want to make sure that all the reviews are done up until, that point so that I can bring a full discussion to the commission.
Okay. Sounds
And
good.
Randy,
Yep.
you and I have a field trip upcoming.
Right.
Will that be something that's ready for?
I don't think so. Not by next meeting. I don't think so. That's another public space application. One that's, I think, going to be difficult, but.
I have 2 questions on 2 more resolutions potentially. One is in support Council Member Louis George's Safe Schools Act.
Right.
We want to, put a resolution together and say that we support it. The other is Council Member Brianne Nadeau. She just put out Walk Without Worry Amendment Act of 2021 to standardize raised crosswalks and so forth, when there's any paving or any kind of utility work done, that's a new one. It's B24-0566. That just got introduced, and I think it's gotten almost all the council members' support. So that's another one we want to consider getting a resolution on the table and support. So I just wanted to bring those two things.
Good. Those are both good. The other thing that I was reminded of it, and I think it was in Matthew's announcements tonight. They're coming up to oversight hearings at the council, and that if we want to be actively involved in that, as we have in all years past, we need to start thinking about that. We need to start preparing testimony and getting ready to approve that so that we can participate effectively at the council.
Yeah.
And I always thought that those were extraordinarily valuable opportunities.
Yeah,
they are, and there's lots to testify on.
There is a lot to testify on.
Do they have a schedule? Because I think last I saw they hadn't posted a schedule yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen the schedule, and ordinarily they don't begin until late January or early February.
Yeah.
But I will find out. I'll get a schedule and circulate it to folks.
The other thing I do want to add is that Director Lott is now permanent as of January 7th. Is the
He was approved by the council?
No.
No.
They didn't have a hearing.
They didn't have an up or down vote, I think.
Oh, they didn't vote on it, so it was automatic.
Yeah, it was automatic. January
You didn't
7th.
see my tweet on that, Randy?
I didn't see that. That's a shame. That's a shame.
Yes, it is.
Well, I'll just mention one other appointment that is of concern to me, just because of my
Right.
my work for 40 years. The commissioner position for the Public Service Commission is now vacant because the former Willie Phillips has been appointed to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and he's been confirmed now. So that position is vacant. He was the chair. There was the position was posted yesterday, but the council had specified specifically that the position needs to be someone who has experience with environmental and I've forgotten another specific characteristic. It's not mentioned at all in the posting, the job posting, and that is a concern.
Yes, it is.
The mayor is apparently seeking someone in the same mold that she's done in the past, and that's not what the council has instructed her to do.
That's right.
So,
well, they don't. Okay, never mind.
that's a concern.
Okay.
So, anyway.
Go back to the
Randy,
Time, you're right. You're
I'll
right.
be
Peter.
nice.
We always spend the last half an hour jiving.
And just as my computer says,
Oh, thank the Lord, everyone.
I gotta get off. It's down anyway.
You're not the only one whose battery is running out.
Before you can't just go. Let's save the
Good
chat,
night.
save the Q&A. Don't just.
Okay. Hold on. Did you get the Q&A?
I got the chat, but
Chat.
did you get the Q&A in the Zoom? Is the Q&A automatic or no?
No, it's not. It's not.
You gotta save it.
All right,
Block
so
to find it. I mean, why can't we just block to find it?
I don't understand why it's always like that. I don't get it. I don't understand why we can't just.
Here, I'm blocked to finding it.
I can select all. Let me just try this. Give me 2 seconds here. So Randy, the reason I brought up Lot was that I thought we should invite them back to speak about.
Yeah.
That's all. That's why.
When we've got a meeting that we don't have anything else on,
Exactly.
which doesn't exist.
Yeah. All right, fine. But I wanted to mention it. Okay, let me see if I can copy and paste this Q&A.
Okay, everybody else can leave. That's okay. You don't have to hang around.
I just pasted it in a doc.
You did too.
You got it?
Okay. You got it?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
have to. All right, so good.
Great.
We're all
Okay.
good then.
Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Thank you,
Good night.
everyone. Okay, bye.